The time is 12 noon. I wish to welcome everyone to the Superintendent's Workshop being held at the Joe N. Idlet Junior Teacher Education Center. I ask that out of respect to everyone, please silence all electronic devices. If you have any material you wish to share with any board member, please give that to our Executive Assistant, Mrs. Morey. Take a break every 2 hours, or if you need one before that, board members, please let me know. I'd now like to recognize the superintendent to explain the purpose of the workshop and begin the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today's purpose is, as it always is, to present items and get feedback from the board for items that will be presented at our upcoming meeting for board approval. Items A through D will be presented by Mr. Bass.
Good afternoon, through the chair. First item I have is the resurfacing of Sebastian River High School track. Contract presenting to you is with Recatan, it's a cooperative purchasing agreement. This will be the track surface and site work at the site. $637,505 is within our budgeted capital plan. You typically will get anywhere from 12 to 15 years out of a rubberized track. I believe this is the original track at Sebastian River High School, so you're looking at 22 years. So staff has done a great job of maintaining it and keeping it. And I will say this, the leadership at Sebastian River High School over the years has obviously done a good job at proper usage, because those things are very easy to damage if it's not used properly. Looking forward to getting this done for Sebastian River High School. Any questions on that one?
Board members, any questions? Yes, Ms. Rosario?
Where is the track?
It's around the football field.
The same that it was with the Vero Beach High School?
Yes.
As it was with Vero Beach?
Yeah, except Sebastian has got a bigger footprint to put it on that makes it safe for
So they're going to replace it around the field?
in place where it is now. Yes. So they'll go in, take the old rubber up, do some site work underneath, put the new rubber down.
What about the drainage? So if you have new,
It doesn't affect the drainage. Drainage is already built in, everything drains properly there, so.
how long would it take?
Mr. Westenberger?
And when are they scheduled to start?
It won't start until May, until we're done with graduation there, and it'll probably take
Oh.
about 2.5 months to get it all done.
It can't get done before graduation?
No, because we have football season going on, and then we have soccer, lacrosse, everything else, so we gotta wait until May.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Bass, for this, and Mr. Westenberger, I know that they've done a good job of keeping that 8-lane certified track going, and
Yes.
also looking forward to getting the groundbreaking for the Wilson track, Vero
Yes,
Beach
ma'am.
High School. Thank you.
All right, next item is a proposal for Liberty Magnet Playground replacement. This is with Top Line Recreation, comes off the Clay County bid, $116,523, and is basically to replace the old equipment that's there. It is getting to a point where it's not repairable, and we want to go ahead and get that changed out before it becomes unsafe for the students. It's going in place right where the existing equipment is, and there's, for a note, there is shade structure over this equipment.
Any comments? Ms. Berenborg?
Thank you for the shade. Appreciate
That's
that.
what I say.
Go forward, I hope that we hear that every single time we talk about the playground being redone. Talk to us about ESC accommodations for the playground.
So the playground equipment at Liberty has got inclusion items in it, and we're replacing those inclusion items with the new equipment. We did present the proposal and the equipment to the SAC committee, and they approved it. So we're replacing it with the exact number of items that it already has.
Okay, so you brought it to the SAC committee. Did anybody from ESC review it?
Yeah, Dr. Matthews and her team is actually who brought that through the principal.
Okay, and everything looks good?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other comments on the playground equipment? Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I was expecting, as what I requested, if you recall, maybe a year ago, there was a proposal that came to us. It was kind of mapped out. We were able to actually see the blueprint of the playground, I believe it was for Vero Beach Elementary. So I asked for that same thing for this playground, and what I was told is that we would get it before today. But I don't see it anywhere here. I only see,
Yeah, just the written. I apologize for that. We didn't get it to you, but I can get it to you, each of you.
yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to see that.
Okay.
I'd like, because we were told, obviously, if you recall, when the Vero Beach Elementary blueprint came to us, we were told it was inclusive, and there really wasn't anything, there needed to be a lot of change with inclusivity. It didn't contain didn't map out the right structure, or the size, and the accessibility for students on a wheelchair, and so on and so forth. So though I want to trust what you're saying, when you say that it includes it, I want to know exactly what does it include. I'd like to be able to see that.
Okay, we'll get you the
Thank you.
visual on it.
All righty, next item, please.
All right, next item is an item that we had discussed in the summer and pulled it off because we were not ready for it. If you recall, we were talking to the Boys and Girls Club, and they had requested to be able to utilize some of our buses to run their routes. The way it is now, if we have space on our buses, and we've incorporated our routes, some of them to stop at the Boys and Girls Club, both in North County and South County, and but it's a moving target. So, we may have a bus route that's got 8 seats this day, 16 another, 4 another. So there's not any consistency there. And when Boys and Girls Club came to us about potentially getting more kids to their sites, we're at a disadvantage. And they don't have the funds to have quality buses. Now, they have got a bus, but it is not in great shape. So we thought about the idea of potentially using our buses with their drivers. The drivers that they have got, former drivers of ours, still under certification. They still, meet all the qualifications. At the time when we were going to bring it, they didn't have drivers. They've got 2 drivers now. They are estimating that utilizing these 2 buses will get up to 150 more students in the afternoon to their facility, which, we have a lot of kids in the county that go home to an empty house. And for them to have something structured in the afternoon would be great for them. One thing, though, and this would be something that, you all, when we bring it to the vote, you would have to, kind of acknowledge this, but policy 8645 is our policy on transportation and how we can have other organizations, we can transport other organizations. However, in that policy, the 3rd line, if you want to reference it in your time, it reads, only qualified drivers employed by the school district of Indian River County. So this is a little twist on that because they're not our employees. And thus, in the agreement, and I didn't catch it until this morning, there's 2 lines on the payment part that we'll be removing to come back to you. It was an old agreement that I'd worked with Molly on, and I didn't realize it got stuck in there, but we will not be paying the drivers, and we will not be doing their fringe benefits. We will just be assessing the fee for the mileage on the usage of the buses.
All right, board members, Dr. Pasca?
Yeah, quick question. Will they be only shuttling people from school to the Boys and Girls Club, or will they also be taking anybody home?
No, just schools to the Boys and Girls Club.
And then what's kind of like the liability for this? Like, let's say there's an accident. They're not our driver, but it's our bus.
Mm-hmm.
They came from our school.
So we have worked through risk management and Mr. Fagan's team, and all the insurance that Boys and Girls Club has provided to us meets our threshold.
Okay.
Ms. Berenborg?
Will it just be students on that bus going to Boys and Girls Club, or will it be mixed?
Just students.
Okay. And what if there's a behavior issue on the bus? Who's responsible?
They are responsible.
Okay.
Ms. Rosario?
So just to be clear, what essentially we're doing is renting our buses, loaning our buses, leasing our buses to the Boys and Girls Club, having one of their drivers drive our bus to pick up the students and bring them
Correct,
to the Boys and Girls Club.
correct.
And the structure that we have now is what?
The structure we have now would be us providing the drivers. So this is the same structure, you just take our drivers out, put their drivers in, which is really a good situation, because if we were to just let Boys and Girls Club do it on their own with their own buses, those buses, they don't have the same requirements to check the buses and do the 30-day inspections on them as we do with DOE. So utilizing our buses, they're going to go through all the monthly inspections, all the routine checks. So it's safer for our kids.
So why wouldn't we have our bus drivers then,
Due to the lack of drivers.
due to the lack of drivers?
Yes.
But it's functioning right now.
No, ma'am. There's about 150 kids that aren't getting served because we can't get them there and they can't get them there.
Okay. And what about the training and the, whatever needs to happen with regard to actually operating the bus? I know Dr. Posca mentioned the insurance liability, but what about the day-to-day operations, ensuring that someone is safe to drive a bus with our students? Background check has been done, like, who verifies all of that?
We verify that. So they have their CDL, they have the 40-hour update initial course. They both have been drivers, so they've had the initial 40-hour update or original training. Then they get the 8-hour update annually, like all our drivers do, and they go through our level 2 screening.
And how many kids typically are they taking in one, well, maybe that's not, because how many students actually go to the Boys and Girls Club on a daily basis from all of our schools?
They are running about 350, so, add another 150 to it, would be really good for our students.
And can you just remind me why this didn't go through again in the summer?
Well, we pulled it off because they didn't have drivers yet.
And now they have sufficient drivers?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens in the event that one of their drivers is sick, they're short?
Then
What happens then?
that would be between the Boys and Girls Club and the families to make other arrangements for them to get there. Or, optimally, it would be great if they could have a substitute driver on standby too. So that's also their goal.
So where is the bus actually housed?
It'll be housed at our facility.
At our facility?
Yes, ma'am. And their drivers will have to go to our facilities to get the bus.
So why don't we what about the buses that we auction off? Why don't we just give them some buses? Why don't we donate some buses?
They don't have the ability to do the upkeep and maintenance on them.
So would it be more cost-effective if we were to lease a bus to them, but just work on a contract for us to do maintenance? So for example,
Well,
if it's their bus, if we donate a bus, for example, right? Instead of charging them for the donation, not the donation, now, instead of charging for the leasing of the bus, essentially, whatever that cost is, wouldn't it be less if we donate a bus that is in one of our fleets, that we're going to donate? If we donate a bus and just have them pay for the cost of just the regular maintenance?
Well, I mean, we're maintaining them anyway. Whether we do this agreement or not, whether we let them use these buses or not, we're still maintaining these two buses. Because we have an overrun of buses, which we need to have overrun of buses. And so I don't really see where it would be advantageous. I'm just trying
Is
to.
anyone else doing this model? I'm only worried.
I haven't checked around. I mean, I'm looking at a way to get more students opportunities.
Do they carry their own insurance, or is it
Yes.
our insurance?
Their own insurance, and it's already checked
So
out
if
with risk
something
management.
happens to the bus,
Yes, they're responsible through their insurance.
I guess I was raised with I don't know, maybe it's good or bad. You know, my father always used to say, never lend out your car to anybody. So I'm like, I guess overly cautious about giving the keys. I mean, even my son now, I mean, starting to drive, and I'm like, you know, I'd rather just buy him a car than give him my car for some reason. I don't know if that's like ingrained in me for some reason or another. Might be some crazy parent, you know, guilt, but that's what I'm thinking about when I think about our buses in the hands of somebody else, not that they wouldn't take care of it, but that things can happen, right? Accidents happen, so I want to make sure that we take care of that.
Okay.
Just a few comments. So, Mr. Fagan, our liability is good with this? Okay. I'm on the Bold Idea Team 4 with the Learning Alliance, and that's with the after-school programs. And ironically, I met with Boys and Girls Club last week. They are serving about 900 students. Not all of them ride the bus. If you ever go up to Fellsmere, you can see all the kids walking across the street to the Boys and Girls Club. So, and a lot more of middle school students are going, which makes me feel good because they're in a safe environment, healthy environment. And as far as, and I talked with Ms. Idolette, obviously, this is a new contract with Boys and Girls Club, but we've done GYAC, and then I was on the board of Daisy Hope before they closed, and we've done that too. And I know that parents are very thankful that they can get there and not have to worry about that. And then when they get there, I think they close at 6, I can't remember, so that's really good. You know, as long as we're okay with the liability, I think this is a good way to look at things. Any other comments? All righty.
All right, the last thing I've got is it's 2 items, and we're just presenting really basically one today. The 5-year capital improvement plan for the 24, from years 24 through 28. Believe you all have got a copy of that, and that is basically where Mr. Westenberg and his team go through, do a needs assessment, and lays out our facility priorities throughout those years, and attaches expenditures, or puts expenditures down and revenues that will be coming in to cover those costs. Any questions on that?
Capital outlay, okay, Ms. Birnbaugh?
Oh, you saw me lean forward.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Sure, no problem. Safety is always a concern, and I'm making sure that, you know, I'm looking at the numbers and what's being put in each of those little spots, and, you know, maybe making sure that we have all our schools the safest they can be immediately and not dragging it out too many years first and foremost. The other thing is that little item that I keep bringing up, and I don't see it in here again, is the hitting bays for golf teams. You know, it's amazing how golf has been one of our programs we've had, and this is a very big golf community, as we know. It's been in our programs for years and years and years. Having been a former coach, I know we had nothing. So it's the expectation of those parents that they have to get them to the golf courses all the time. And, you know, we don't do much for our orphan teams. That's what I call them, the little teams. But we have been. And it's amazing how sand volleyball all of a sudden comes up and they've got all these beautiful courts, and now we don't even still have anything for the golf team. So all I asked for before was 2 hitting bays for each of the teams. And that would help them on rainy days, on days where their parents can't get them to the golf course, and they still feel like they're being supported by the schools. So if we could find out how to fit those in, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else on capital outlay?
Yeah, I obviously always say this in our closed meetings and repeatedly said it in the past. I think we should prioritize hardening of schools and safety and try to get that up to speed as quick as we can.
We have three schools with the entryway hardening scheduled for this plan.
Good.
All right, anyone else on Mr. Barefoot, I'm sorry, just want to make sure I don't miss anything from you.
Nope, nothing.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Bass, I think you again.
That's it for Mr. Bass. Thank
Okay.
you. Well,
Well,
no, go ahead.
the 5-year work plan, again, that is the document that is released by DOE that we have to get you guys to approve, and we put it on here. We're still waiting for it. Nick, have they opened it up yet? As soon as they open it up and let us input it, we'll put that information in and get that to you for review.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
So that's the capital improvement plan. That's something, another DOE formatted thing that we have to fill out every year. DOE has yet to open the plan, so we can't input. It goes hand in hand with the capital 5-year improvement plan, but we can't input any of this information into the work plan until DOE opens it for editing.
When does that usually come out, the opening of it?
It's supposed to be out by October 1st.
First.
We're
Yeah,
supposed to have
it's-
it board approved and back to them by October 1st. However, they have not opened it, and this has been
Ongoing.
kind of a tradition for them here lately. They say on September 26th, oh, it's open, and we need it by October 1st. So they still haven't opened it yet, so we can't do any editing.
Thank you very much. Next, is it Mr. Fagan?
Yes, items E and F will be Mr. Fagan.
Through the chair, normal routine items, we have surplus property. It's about 46 items. Original value was about $240,000. Net value is $7,200. There's various items from food service, print shop, school, warehouse, and IT. All of them have deemed to be obsolete, no longer of value to the district. Second item I have is a purchase of 5 school buses. Currently, we have 110 buses in the fleet. 93 are propane, 17 are diesel. The average age for these buses that we're getting rid of is 13 to 15 years of age, over 200,000 miles. 3 of them will be propane that are old and outdated, hard to get parts for because the technology changes, and then 2 diesel.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Barrenborn?
You know, I always look at this and go, what the heck is that thing? But will all these be auctioned off or just discarded?
Through the chair, auctioned off, yes.
Okay. And then usually we look at 10 buses a year. Has that changed?
Based upon the fleet and the maintenance requirements, we think we can scale back a little bit and still maintain that maintenance level.
Okay, wasn't there like a rule or something from the DOE saying how many buses a year?
Through the chair, on our ad, we put in an ad that we can buy up to 10, but you can always buy less. That's the only
Okay.
requirement.
I want to make sure, because it's usually been the rule of thumb was 10 a year, so, okay, thank you.
Ms. Rosario?
No, I think if I recall the conversation in the past, wouldn't have been 10 a year, but it had to deal with, I think, 10 years, or there was a certain number of years that was recommended for the maintenance and the upkeep. And
To the chair,
that,
yes.
I think that's the year that I recall.
Through the chair, we have been in the past tried to cycle them out when the maintenance agreement ended, so we would have less maintenance on the on the propanes. But the technology in our shop has gotten better at maintaining those, that we can extend that time beyond the warranty period.
But what was that? What was that? The
Approximately 10 years.
10
Yes,
years,
ma'am.
okay,
Yes,
so I was right about, so that was the 10-year mark.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But again, that's recommended, not that it's needed.
Through the chair, yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions? Going back a little bit to capital, Mr. Fagan, it said, and this one caught my eye with the propane fueling station that I know they have been looking at, and it's looking at, I know Nick's not in here right now, 24 through 28, but that is a goal.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So currently, we have a man come in and he fills up the
Yeah.
trucks. We're trying to get a station where we can fill it ourselves, save our money, save money on the cost per gallon.
Good, thank you very much.
Doc,
Yes, Ms. Barrenborn?
didn't we used to have some sort of fueling station at Oslo and there was a problem?
I cannot answer that question. I do not know.
Not propane, no.
Not propane, for sure.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Was it, what was the fuel?
It would have been diesel, if anything.
Diesel, okay.
All right, thank you very much. On to the next item.
Ms. Shields is going to present item G.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The Career Pathways Articulation Agreement is a recurring agreement with Indian River State College. It outlines the articulated credit available to district graduates who have completed a secondary career and technical education program. Maintaining an articulation agreement with the local consortium is a requirement within the Perkins 5 grant. So this is something that we have to do. The credit may be awarded within 36 months of the student's graduation date. So you will see in the agreement that all of our secondary career programs are outlined and articulated in regards to the credit the students can earn.
All right, board members, any questions? Career pathways. Ms. Shields, could you just review what you've added there in the last few years, just for our public knowledge?
Actually, this agreement is the same as the one last year.
Okay.
And the year prior.
Okay,
So there have not been any recent changes.
okay. How's the culinary moving along?
Oh, on the post-secondary side, it's
Yes.
great. We are looking at a completion date of November 1st, fingers crossed.
Wonderful.
And I am currently interviewing culinary instructors.
Thank you.
Shameless plug.
Any other questions, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I have a separate question. I know you weren't in this position last year, obviously, but somehow the district moved forward with kind of like an exploratory committee to see how we could get vet tech programs here in our school district. It just kind of fell to the wayside. It never ended up anywhere. Do you know anything about that?
I know that last year you did take a tour of, I believe it was Westwood. I did hear about the tour that you took with the Director of Secondary Career and Technical Education in St. Lucie County. I do not know, but I will follow up and find out
That'd be
everything I
good.
can.
Yeah, it's still something that I think is needed. I know that there is an interest. Students are interested in, just if we go to the fair, the annual fair, you can see the interest of students in that field, in the vet tech ag field. So I just think it's something that would be great if we could investigate a little bit more.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Good to go on that one? All righty.
All right, so item H is going to be presented by Dr. Jacobs, and let me kind of set this up for her. This is the policies that are bringing us in compliance with recent state board rule changes as well as changes in statute. So there are over, this is probably one of the biggest books that we've ever approved. We have modified or shifted our process in the past to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to fully understand the shifts or changes that is being recommended by myself and staff. And we're looking forward to the opportunity to have board members provide us feedback and discuss any additional or needed changes or recommendations, but to review the labor-intense process for these changes and modifications. I'll ask Dr. Jacobs to shed some light on that.
Good morning, or good afternoon, through the chair. Today, as Dr. Moore referenced, we have 75 policies that are coming forward for your review. This is a multifaceted process as we go through policy revisions. So we receive updates periodically from Neola for policy revisions, primarily based on statutory changes. In addition to that, our team members will review our current policies in comparison with the recommendations that are being made, and also work along with our legal counsel in order to ensure that those policies are in alignment with requirements and statute. And at your most recent individual board briefings, each of you had the opportunity to review these policies with the respective cabinet members in each area. And I know there may be some feedback based upon those reviews of the policies, so we're here today to hear that feedback from board members.
So just go with the feedback then?
As we have in the past, we did review all 78 policies? 75. So if there's specific, I know there's a few policies in which multiple board members have feedback on, and then others here and there. So overarching, if there's any things that you would like us to consider to add, we would be more than happy to listen to that feedback.
Okay, any board member like to begin? Ms.
Yeah,
Rosario?
here's the thing, is that you can have thank you, Madam Chair, you can have individual meetings with board members, but we're not being completely transparent with the public. So it would behoove us to do a quick review, as your staff has done individually, so that our public can know what the changes were, and then receive feedback, which is typically what has been done in the past.
So you want to go through all 75 of them, or just go through it as it was outlined for us?
How it was done with us should be done in the public, not in private. I mean, it should be where it's an open meetings act that we are responsible for and in full transparency, especially when it's regarding policy and statute, it should be done in the public.
Board members, any comments or concerns with that?
No, I mean, it sounds laborious, but it's probably the right way to do it. You know, I think that, you know, it's going to take a lot more time, but we probably should discuss it so the community understands what's going on.
Mr. Barefoot, your feelings?
I'm ambivalent, but it's going to be very time-consuming.
Ms. Berenborg?
I'm fine with it. I just think, you know, sometimes it could be, like you said, time-consuming, but also I don't know if the public needs to know or wants to know every little detail. I think a good presentation by the superintendent for each policy and a brief overview of what the concerns were by board members would be a really good way to handle it.
Dr. Moore?
So through the chair, that's what was posted. It has a brief summary of all of those items
Okay.
and changes, so you have that information available. It was posted on the website. This part of the process has not changed. We provided board members the opportunity to provide feedback, but trust me, we're more than happy to do it. So the first to present will be Dr. Jacobs.
So we're starting with,
Dr. Jacobs,
Okay.
and these would be the policies under the Office of the Superintendent.
all right, thank you.
All right. So I'll start with policy 144. That's about terms. And the change in this policy just simply is a change in board member terms from 12 consecutive years to 8 consecutive years.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
Are we going to be getting the policy book like you always do, or are we just using online this year?
So we did it online. We weren't aware, I was not aware you received a policy book.
Oh, every time there's a policy change, that's why I just gave it back to her and said, we got a bunch of them coming, so I don't know if we have to reprint all these. And
Big red
I
book.
really don't like it because we're given all of that. I like it because I can go through it all and highlight it all and really digest it. But then it's that waste of paper. Each one of us gets about that much paper, and then we use it for one meeting, then boom. So, but my question is, if we're going to get that, it would have been nice to have it for this.
Yeah.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I'm going to actually agree with Mrs. Berenborg on this. There was a big red binder. It's not anything new. Dr. Moore knows about it. It is, you know, there is a lot of paper to be printed with that. But what I found with the electronic version is that there were updates that I had already made changes on a PDF, and then I couldn't actually crosswalk what those changes were within my download, and then I'd have to re-go over every single page and every single item to do another crosswalk, and then there was another update, and so it's not working for me electronically. So the paper one is a little easier because, as Mrs. Berenborg mentioned, you can put Post-it notes, and then wherever that update is, I just insert that update, and I know the difference.
But for Day, we just would have to go through this and then maybe request that at another time. I mean, because we'll just go through it one by one here from the electronic. We don't have those books ready.
We will be able to provide and print off those books. I mean,
Now?
as Ms. Rosario was saying, no, we can't.
Oh, I was going to say,
can't do it
oh,
now.
yeah, I
No,
know.
but you could
can
do it
click
before
through
the
it
meeting.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, not for today, but
Yeah.
correct. Okay, I got it. All right, go ahead there.
All right.
Dr. Jacobs, thank you.
The next policy is policy 2421, career and technical education. In this particular policy, there is a reference to having a career fair on an annual basis. This career fair has to occur during the day. This change, while it's a change in policy, is not a change to our practice. So we have already offered career fairs. Also, the next policy is policy 2450. And this policy is being renamed to Treasure Coast Technical College. And in this policy, this references adult education courses. The major change in here is that the General Education Development Test, the GED, students are able to take it at age 16 now, as long as they've passed the GED practice test. So it provides for that opportunity for students. The next policy is policy 5465. Again, this outlines in further detail about the General Education Development Test and outlines the extraordinary circumstances that are included as part of consideration for taking that under the age of 18. And then the final policy within this office is policy 9215. This is direct support organizations. This is a new policy to our district. Essentially, in this policy, it outlines that if a direct support organization of the school district has an annual budget of over $250,000, then a full audit is required and a report is provided to the school board as well as the superintendent. If that budget is between $100,000 and $250,000, then a review of the books is required.
Okay, well, and board members, if you have a question after each policy, just let me know. Any questions? Ms. Rosario on those presented?
Yeah, I just had a question about what is a direct support organization. I know it says here a direct support organization is an organization that meets the following criteria, and then there are three criteria. It is approved by the board. It is a Florida corporation, not for profit. It's an organized and operated exclusively to receive, hold, invest, and administer property, and then there's some other information there. But do we have these now in our district? What essentially, in simple layman's terms, would a direct support organization be?
So currently, we do not have a direct support organization, but a direct support organization would be something similar to like the education fund, but it would be an organization that's directly supporting us.
Similar to the education fund, but directly supporting us?
Yes.
The education fund does support us.
So they would be directly under our guidance and purview, whereas they operate as a separate entity from us.
So the educational foundation you're talking
Indian
about?
River
So the
Education Fund.
foundation that was recommended several years ago by myself and then a couple years after by Mr. Barefoot to have of our own here, that would be a direct support organization?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Next will be Mr. Bass.
Okay, Mr. Bass.
Okay, so, just a little quick lesson or reminder to everybody about policy that a lot of us deal with HR is you have 3 sections in the policy book. The 1,000 sections are for administrators, the 3,000 sections are for staff, 4,000 are for non-administrators.
Your mic. Your mic.
Let me go back through that again. In our policy book, 1,000 is for administrators, 3,000 is for instructional, 4,000 is for non-instructional staff members, and a lot of these HR policies repeat themselves. So the first set I'm going to bring to you is 1120, 3120, and 4120. All of these changes are a direct result of Senate Bill 676, which identifies individuals who are not eligible to work in a school system, and also encompasses the database clearinghouse for fingerprinting. The next set of policies is 1121.01, 3121.01, and 4121.01, along with 8475. These 4 also encompass Senate Bill 676, addressing the individuals who are ineligible to work in school system, and also discusses the clearinghouse database. If we go back, we have policy 2417. This policy is a result of House Bill 379 and 1069, and related to the instruction on social, emotional, and physical effects of social media on students in grades 6 through 12. This policy makes sure we have in policy the new statute changes. If we go to policy 9200, this policy now, per statute, states that we have to have a retiree program, which will allow individuals who have retired from Florida FRS to come back and work in the school system. That's a statutory change.
Can I
Session.
Yes, question on that one.
Yeah, is it 1 year sit out, or are they changing that?
So in the retiree program, they can come and volunteer in schools.
Right, but they can't come back and work
They can't
for
come
1
back and
year.
work 1 year.
But I know that that was an item that we put on our priorities list,
Yes.
and I know it's an item that's been discussed in the House up in Tallahassee, so I'm curious to see where that goes.
Yes.
Okay.
So at least now we have a avenue for them to come and volunteer, but, you know, there's got to be, particularly what are they going to be doing, ensure that they're not getting paid, ensure that there was no agreement set before they said they were going to come back and help.
Okay.
Let's see, our next one, I apologize if I'm skipping out of your numbers here.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with you.
3120, this policy now is revised to add heroes in the classroom. You've got your Florida statute and House bills there that it adheres to. 3220, evaluation of instructional personnel, specifies the relation to observations and performance evaluations for administrators, gives them more opportunity to come in and observe teachers. Policy 8410.01, critical incident response, and also food service program. Both of these take into effect that we must have choking hazard posters posted and what to do if someone is choking. Policy 8600 and 8660, along with 8610, all these take into account the new change in House Bill 1 that will allow school districts to transport students via other means other than school buses. We want to add this in there, not that we plan to transport kids regularly on something other than a school bus, but if we have a situation where we have a remote student and we could send a van to get them that it adheres to the DOE requirements and specifications, we could do that. Or if we have a student who has a medical handicap or some other kind of physical impairment, or the fact that they live somewhere where we can't get a bus to them. So it gives us that opportunity to do that. Then we go to policy 5780, student and parental rights. This is based off of House Bill 1532 and 7039. House students possesses and uses medication to relieve headaches in school. So basically now if if a family wants to send headache medicine with their child, they can do so. Let me go to my next page here. 5136, wireless communication devices. The only change there is we added in there students may not use wireless communication devices during instructional time. It's the only change to that policy. Policy 2440, summer programs. This goes in to include an option for the board to charge a fee. However, we do not plan on doing it, but we reflected the policy in case, you always don't want to paint yourself where you couldn't do it. I'm not saying that we are going to do that, but that's why we have it there. Policy 8800, religious and other ceremonies and observations. This one is based off of Supreme Court decision Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, which is going to allow individuals stronger rights to observe their religious holidays. Mental health services, policy 2410.01. This is a new policy, and it reflects the changes in Florida statute 1006.041. And then lastly, I have policies, I have 0124, 120, 320, and 410, and this indicates that the changes and so that gender orientation is not taught in school along with the other parameters that went into Florida Rule 6A-10.081. And then lastly,
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So I'm trying to follow along. The one that you just mentioned.
Yes.
Is that the one that indicates where, and again, I may have missed it. Where is the indication of the definition of opening, I have the statute as I'm looking at it now. Where is the definition of sex? Is that within that same policy? Where did we include that? That sex means the
Yes.
classification of a person as
That is
either
gonna be in- that's gonna be in that one.
male, based on the organization of the body, or such persons for a specific reproductive role as indicated by the person's sex chromosomes, naturally occurring sex hormones, and internal or external genitalia present at birth.
Yes,
I
that's
thought
in
I
that
saw that somewhere, but I'm
It's in
not
that
quite
one.
sure. It's in that one?
Yes.
What policy number?
The 1210, 3210, and 4210. So let me read you the note here, if I can make it out here. This rule expands the list of obligations to the student to include prohibitions related to classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity, discouraging parental notification and involvement violating Florida statute as it relates to entering the restroom and changing facilities designated for the opposite sex. And
But I don't think it has the definition.
I think it does. I apologize, I
That's okay.
wasn't quite ready for this today.
You know what it is also is that we received two separate policies. So there's one dated September 2023 and one dated, or titled Volume 24. So I think, because now we're going back and forth from each one of those. 1210. It's the standards of ethical conduct, right? It's in the September Neola packet.
What policy number was it again, Mr. Bass?
1210,
1210.
1210, okay.
3210, 4210. They're all related.
As we go through, can I, just so for the sake of time, let me come back to that one?
Yeah, because
I'll sit here and go, and I'll find it where it's at.
Yeah, but 1210 doesn't have this
No,
new
it doesn't.
definition in it.
I mean, look.
And we understand this is something that we didn't have all the depth on, so
Yeah.
we understand that.
Yep.
That what?
They didn't know they were going to do this, and they could have had the book and so forth, so they'll come back with a book, so we
What do you
understand
mean I
that they
didn't know they were going to do it?
go through this individually right now at the workshop.
But that shouldn't matter because,
Well, I know, it's just that at the workshop, he might have more information he needs, that's all I'm saying, that we don't have right now. That's all, and I know they'll get it to us.
And then the last one I have is on weapons, and policy 1217, 3217, and 4217. Those policies have been rescinded, keeping in mind you have your three categories of employees, and the information that was in those has now been put into policy 5772 and 7217.
Okay, I just want to go back on one thing, Mr. Bass, with
I
the
want to go back on something too. so
Okay,
good.
on the HR, we're still dealing with people not getting the certificate, and it's taking quite a bit of time, like we have some permanent subs that have been recommended to be hired, but the certificate isn't there. Do we have any idea on that timeline for DOE getting those out to those people?
So the last update that I received through Dr. Suit was DOE was working on applications that were submitted for the last week of July. So we're still, realistically, I'm going to say we're probably 6 to 8 weeks out for all of our people who have submitted to be fully vetted, certified through DOE. A lot of the people that we've hired who have applied for this were teachers in other states who had certification in another state.
Right.
And they've moved to our district, and they're being held up by DOE.
that is, Madam Chair, one of your legislative priorities as well.
Yes, I remember that one, thank you. Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, thank you. I want to go back to 1210, policy 1210. There are two lines, 13 and 14, that are on there, and I think this might be where the issue might lie. What it states is not violate, obligate, this is the section on obligate, sorry, board members. This is section A that is titled Obligation to the Student, requires the district administrator shall, which I think needs to be reworded. But number 13 and 14 states not violate Florida statute 553.8659B, which relates to entering restrooms and changing facilities of the opposite sex, and not violate Florida statute 1000.071, which relates to the use of personal pronouns and personal titles. I don't think that's what I'm referring to, but if it is, even these two, they need to be specific. So someone who pulls this up, they're not going to understand what not violate the statute. That's not clear enough. We need to have it laid out so that even 13 and 14 are specific to what is not violating that statute. But again, I don't believe that these two are the definition of sex, is a definition of sex. So I don't want us to make our policies complicated, and 13 and 14 language makes it pretty complicated for the average person to pull that up and read it, because then they have to go into two other places to kind of confirm what that violation would be.
Thank you. Anyone else on that area for Mr. Bass?
Sure, since we're there, on that same page, under 9, it says parents are not discouraged or prohibited parental notification of or involvement in critical decisions affecting students' mental, emotional, or physical health or well-being unless the individual reasonably believes that disclosure would result in abuse, abandonment, or neglect. One thing I would just like to have is that if one of our mental health professionals does decide to withhold information, I think the board should be notified. And it's very easy to do without violating any HIPAA laws, but just so we can keep a pulse on what is going on. And then since we have policy here precluding gender identity teaching in the classroom, one question I have for you, Mr. Bass, is does this translate at all to the counselor's room? So if they're not being taught it in the classroom, can the counselors teach it, or is that a loophole or gray area?
No, that's not a loophole.
Okay, and they're aware of this?
Yes.
Okay.
All righty, next section, I believe C and I?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Becerra, thank you.
Wait,
Oh,
can
I'm
we
sorry,
go
go
back
ahead,
to that
yes.
for a minute? Because as I'm thinking this through, so what Dr. Posca is asking for number 9 is that board members be notified without violating HIPAA or without violating personal information. So how would that be worded?
You
Just
just
to make
redact,
sure.
we just redact all the students' information.
No. I'm saying, how would it be worded in the policy?
Oh.
So that when we leave here, because this is what happens often, we can share how we feel, and then when the meeting is over, if there isn't clear direction, Dr. Moore will either not do anything at all or interpret what we're saying his own way, so I'd like us to be very clear.
I would just suggest something really simple, following the completion of the statement in 9. If that action is taken, the board will be notified in a timely manner,
I would agree with that.
So what Dr. Moore will do is listen to all of the information that is presented. Dr. Moore works for the board proper. So Dr. Moore never doesn't not do anything, but I'm going to bring forward a recommendation that has been reviewed by legal counsel, as well as all other policies in order to ensure there's no contradicting information. In this particular case, there may be policies that address exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Can't answer that in this moment, nor can our attorney or anybody else. But we will make sure the staff's responsibility, process all of this information, go back and review the information. Is it aligned to state statute? Is it going to implement state board rule? Is it in contradiction to other policies? What are the financial impacts? Can it physically be done? And those are the recommendations. Truth be told, I am presenting recommendations to you. Once that board meeting opens, it belongs to the board. It is the board proper to make recommendations to the board on any shifts or modifications that you all would like. So there are times or situations in which I do not make a recommendation. It's because I don't recommend it. But ultimately, when the board comes together, they have a conversation. That's what you're doing now. And we will capture the consensus of the board to ensure these policies are legal, they're solid, and they reflect our community's desire. Thank you.
Okay, so that's
just
two,
want-
so yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What's your?
I just want to be clear on what Dr. Posca said, so I understand. So, as he mentioned with the counselor, and as Mr. Bass said, it's the same law, same state statute. And obviously, there is an exception if there is a prudent person, I believe, thinks that something could happen at home. So you're saying if the counselor, a student shares with the counselor doesn't share with the parent, you want to know about it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think it's our due diligence to at least be aware, yeah.
Yeah, that's clear for me. Thank you.
All right, there's your consensus.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario.
All right, Ms. Becerra, Dr. Shafty?
Good afternoon. Through the chair, we will be going through the policies that were briefed at your individual board briefings. Dr. Shafty will walk us through these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I am looking at the third attachment. That's for board docs, if you'd like to follow along.
Which one?
It is volume 24, number 1, policy updates, 10/6/23 final.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll go in consecutive order. Okay. The first two policies from CNI are in 1242 and 3242. They are both professional learning. The 1242, as Mr. Bass said, impacts administration, and the 3242 would be for instructional staff. The changes mirror each other, so professional development has shifted to professional learning in both of these policies as a result of House Bill 1537, as well as anywhere you see the word in-service, Neola spells it in-service, but statute has it without the hyphen, so we mirrored both of these to state statutes, so it reads in-service, no hyphen. And then there are criteria added to both of them, which come directly from 1012.98. Those were the additions for that, all aligned to rules and statutes. The next one is 2120, school improvement, and this adds the early warning indicator in accordance with House Bill 7039, where we are now addressing a substantial deficiency in mathematics.
Okay, anyone?
Questions yet? Okay. The next one is 2210, curriculum development. We are already implementing this through our comprehensive system of reading instruction, which shifted from approval by Just Read Florida to local approval by the school boards, and each of you approved our reading plan last June because it was due to Just Read Florida at the end of the month. So this has already been addressed.
Yes. Okay.
2215 is program of instruction. There is a new section added to expand the prohibition on instruction in gender identity, pre-K 8. It also has that 912 instruction must be in accordance with state statutes and age appropriate. And then there are additional expectations for required instruction for the implementation plan as outlined in House Bill 1069.
Anyone? Okay.
The next one is 2271, articulation and access to Florida college system institutions. Our district has historically assumed the cost of these materials, so while it's a update due to statute, it will not change our way of work or practice. Okay. 2370, educational options.
we had a language change of programs to providers to best reflect what distance learning, online coursework, tutorial programs, et cetera, are.
Okay, I'm going to keep going unless you hear anybody.
Okay. 2520, selection and adoption of instructional materials. Based on board member feedback, we do have some recommendations that will be a little bit different than your printed copy. And of course, for board member consideration, I will go through the pages so you can see exactly where that will be.
This is 2520.
Yes, ma'am. The second page of 2520, there was a recommendation in the added language to also add prohibited to the material, so it best captured state statute. So the first line on that second page of this policy will be the school district shall discontinue use of any material for any grade level or age group for which such use is prohibited, inappropriate, or unsuitable. Okay. The other change based on board member feedback for consideration will be under the section publication on website, which would be towards the page 3 of that particular policy. The very last paragraph has some redundancy where each elementary school must publish on its website. The added language has or a classroom library which can be checked out or used by a student. We would recommend that it says which can be made available to a student.
And I would just add, made available, it aligns with the language in the statute.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not just what they're given or what they're signing out, but it is what is made available, whether they sign it out or not.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, Ms. Berenborg.
The made available part, are you talking about made available by a school board employee? Because sometimes a student comes to school with a book and shares it with another student.
So if it's in the elementary school space, then it has to, and that's the definition of made available, how we interpret the statute. So made available means in a classroom library or in that space at all, it must be searchable. So any teacher that has a classroom library in the elementary school spaces and those materials are made available outside of core materials would have to scan those materials, which they are if they are making it available and it's publicly available through our platform to search.
So any student that brings a book to school has to have that book scanned?
No.
No. That's my question.
I don't know how we would monitor if they had it from the public library or in a different space. It's materials that the school location has made available, has to be searchable to provide families the opportunity to opt out of it.
I understand that. I'm just talking about gray area here of cleaning up language. And when you said made available, that's when it gets a little sticky if a student brings it in and makes it available to another student. See what I'm saying? I'm bringing that up. I'm just bringing that up because of somebody coming to the podium and complaining about it. You know, how can we make sure that that's very, very black and white, that, you know, what the school district's responsible for?
Sure.
And how would you handle it if a student brings in a book that is trying to share it with another student?
I believe the phrase before it, maintained and accessible in the school library media center or classroom library, may help with that gray area.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, that's, how do I even begin? So these policies are regarding our responsibility as a district with regard to instructional material that we are adopting and/or purchasing and making available. We, as a district, the school, or if a book is donated from an outside organization into our school district, that is the responsibility. If a student brings in a material on their own, just like they would on their cell phone, and they make it available to another student, if it is, that has nothing to do with these policies. But if that is done, the question was, what happens then? Well, if it's inappropriate, then the kid receives a disciplinary response. If a student is sharing inappropriate text messages, sexting, sharing inappropriate pictures, then, that has to go through the proper channels of police involvement and investigation and so on and so forth. Books that students bring in from the outside, they go to the public library, they have a book, they want to read it during their lunch period, that's their own personal right. Students have rights in our school district, but these policies are very specific to what we are required to provide or not provide from a school district perspective, specifically regarding the funds that we are using to purchase or make available. So I think those are two totally different things.
Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. The only reason why I brought that up at all is because I'm concerned when I walk campuses, and I do walk a lot of campuses, and I go and see that teachers are afraid to put school books out in their classroom library. And I said, why? And they said, because I don't have the time to go and search every book and make sure that it's appropriate, whatever. But if a student brings in a book, they're also shutting them down and saying you can't bring in a book from the outside. So that's why I want to make sure that our teachers are very aware of what the rights of the students are and what their roles and responsibilities are. And so when we're looking at policy like that, sometimes a teacher looks, well, you put that in policy, and they see that gray wording and they look at that. And so I want to make sure that we're very clear and teachers feel like they can have those supports and those books on their shelves and do it the right way.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah,
Right, go ahead, Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I'm not disagreeing with Mrs. Berenborg on this, but I will say that if there is any teacher who has been told or feels like they have to tell students that the students cannot bring in their own book, that's an issue that the superintendent needs to handle, because that's not acceptable. I know students have a legitimate constitutional right to their First Amendment. They can bring in books of their own. They can have it with them. A student can bring in a Bible if they want to read a Bible on their lunch period or on their free period. They certainly can. But, it's not up to us to kind of curate the books that the students bring in. And if teachers are in this situation where they feel like they cannot put books on their classroom shelves, in their classroom libraries because of fear or because they don't have time, I think that's a job for the superintendent to kind of dig deeper and make sure that teachers feel comfortable and understand the law. Because the law is not complicated. The law just says no pornography and no sexually graphic material and no critical race theory. No, let me take that back. No unproven, unsolicited theories in general. So if they're unproven and unsolicited, they should not be there. It's really just the 4 areas. It's really not complicated. But if they feel that it is complicated, then I think that is up to the superintendent to ensure that gets taken care of right away, because that's not right. Teachers shouldn't have to feel that fear.
And when there is a situation like that, I do bring it forward to the superintendent, so he's very aware of anything that I have brought forward to him. I'm just saying that when we're looking at policy, we know, because we're looking at the law and we're dealing with it on an ongoing basis, but parents that aren't really in the know on the law and teachers that aren't really knowing the law, they're just looking at, okay, what's the policy I got to follow? And so that's why I just want to be very, very clear so people know what they can and can't do.
And Dr. Moore, I guess when you talk with the principals and you review this kind of information, what are the teachers feeling?
Through the chair, it is a volume of training that is ongoing and being consistent. We changed our whole management system in terms of the platform we use to catalog our books. Yeah. One of the primary drivers in that change was to make it easier for teachers to align to state statute. Is it additional work to scan and get your books in? Yes. Do we continue to provide the professional development or questions? Absolutely. Is there misrepresentation about state law and board policy and things teachers can't do or can do? Absolutely. But it becomes back to living, eating, breathing, and being in those classrooms and providing a level of clarity to our principals, to our assistant principals, to our instructional coaches. The art and craft of teaching is something that we cannot lose.
Correct.
And the significant improvements in this system is supporting teachers to bring standards alive in classrooms and differentiate that instruction to meet the individual needs of every learner in that specific room. So have there been concerns if I can't do this? Absolutely. Have some of those concerns not been founded in statute or state board rule? Yes.
Yes.
So we continue to provide that development. And I think we continue to strive, conversations like this, help everyone to understand there's a lot of flexibility provided to our educators in our classrooms. Have things shifted specifically in Florida? Yes. And do we understand them, train everyone so we can continue to move the needle forward in terms of student performance? That's absolutely what we're doing.
And, when I go around schools also, I agree with you on the, and we visited quite a few classrooms last week, but making sure that our teachers are aware of how important they're doing with instructional delivery and engaging the students and not letting them worry too much. Obviously, we have to follow the law. I'm not saying that. But as a principal, sometimes I would make sure that I protected the teachers, so I would help them make sure they understand it, and because there's some good stuff going on out there. And I believe that, we're in a groove with where we're going and what we need to do. And I certainly understand the viewpoints that have been said, but yeah, I do know that a lot of time has been spent, especially at the elementary, with volunteers going in and helping the classroom teachers make sure their books are okay and we're aligned. It takes a lot of time if anybody's ever done that. A lot of my friends have volunteered for that, so they're trying to do the right thing all the time. So, good point. So, anything else on that one? All righty.
Still in this policy, under school library, media centers, and reading lists, there's clarification that we suggest to the word periodically to switch it to as part of annual maintenance and weeding. Books will be removed. And that way we know that that's an opportunity for growth for us, that some of those things were not happening. But to have that minimum expectation now that in looking at research, the inventory is conducted at the end of every school year anyway. So it's most appropriate that when that inventory is conducted, that weeding would occur at minimum at that time as well. We want to create spaces that are open and available to our students. And at one of our smaller elementary schools, to conduct proper inventory takes 3 to 4 days. So we want to find the balance with an expectation while still providing access to those spaces. So clarification of the word periodically.
So, say that one more time. Periodically what?
Periodically, instead of the word periodically, as part of annual maintenance and weeding. Books will be removed from a collection or discontinued.
Annual, okay. Annual. Okay. Questions on that, anybody?
No, I just, I appreciate that. I mean, in a perfect world, I would like them to work on the weeding process on a daily occurrence. Like that's in other words, that's part of your daily work, right? That's part of your job as a media center specialist or a librarian to curate your books regularly. Not that we have to say only once a year. So I would hope that the work of that position would not just be minimized to that once a year. I know that the DOE recommends on a larger scale, 3 to 5 years for those books that have shelf life for that long. But I can accept the annual. My personal preference would be once a semester, but we're not there yet. So I would have in a perfect year right now, because everything is so new and a lot of the libraries have not been vetted yet or fully weeded, that we work our way into that once a year so that we had once a semester at least until you all determine that they are in a place where they can do it now once a year, kind of like easing our way into that once a year goal. I will settle with the consensus, but that would be my personal preference.
Hey, thank you.
But I appreciate the change there.
I believe those were the updates to 2520. I know we've talked about it along, so is there anything else that you would like as a recommendation?
Have you gone to 2522 yet?
We are right now.
Okay.
Great transition. 2522, objections to adoption or use of instructional, library or reading list materials. We added the classroom library as a clarifying statement that is now included in the definition of the library media center. On page 2 of that policy, to align with the proposed state objection form, to add that the resident of the county who has an objection to use of take away the hyphen from library media center, because the definition has library media center, no hyphen, which includes the classroom library. So just streamlining the language throughout the policy, that if the definition is library space media center, that's what we use throughout, which will encompass classroom libraries. And then adding the words, the petitioner shall proffer evidence to include the name of the title, and that way it's very clear.
What page are you on?
I believe it's page
45.
Okay,
I'm sorry, of that policy, that's what I meant.
Let me check and I'll tell you.
First page.
I think it's 2.
2?
Yeah, she said on 1 and 2. She talked about both.
I had a question if nobody has.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Posca, overlooking here.
I think it's page 3. There was a change under 2C. Each parent appointed to serve on the committee must, it used to be, have a student enrolled in the district. Looks like we've changed it to be a parent of a student who will have access to the materials. You know, I feel like we're limiting things. So if a parent has a child who is in elementary school, then they can't be on a committee. Then if it's a high school book, that's kind of how it's worded, I think. I wouldn't limit it like that. It's going to just make things more complicated. I think it should just be a parent. It should just be a parent in the county. That's what I would recommend. Why limit it down to what type of parent?
What, can I?
Ms. Berenborg, go ahead.
What does the law specifically say, or is it kind of vague?
The qualifications are up to the board and how we have it in the policy. The language of a parent of students who will have access to the materials came from House Bill 1069, but not necessarily connected to membership qualifications. That's at the will of the board, how the committee is comprised.
No.
Ms. Rosario, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you. The language in the statute does not say that this particular area that Dr. Posca is mentioning has to have a parent with a student who has access to the material. The language in the statute actually says that it has to be a parent or a resident of the county that can object, regarding an objection by a parent or resident in the county. So this language right here should stay exactly as it was, with a parent of a student enrolled in the district. It actually should say a parent. I know that this is our member qualification, but if we're going to be consistent, it's not about someone who has access to the material. It's about a parent who has a child in the district. A parent or a resident in the county has an ability to object, has the legal right to object. And then on the objection form, the objection form itself includes, it has to be easily accessible, and where the parent on that form would then say, what is the accessibility of your child? Obviously, if they're objecting to something, they're objecting to something that their child has, but no. So I would respectfully disagree with you on that one. Member qualifications is something that the board members create. It is not something that is from statute. We created this process last year, and so we have not made any recommendations for the change in this language thus far. I think it's been working fine. We have once a year our selection process for a parent who is appointed to serve on the committee. We have not got there yet, so this language, I do not agree with this. It should remain exactly as is. have a student enrolled in the district is fine with me.
Well, this is the time for us to discuss, and we, as board members, can do this. I don't have anything written down, but I'm going to throw everybody for a loop on this one. When I look back at this, and I'm talking as a former principal right now, principals have the right to take a book off a shelf, and that puts a lot of pressure on a principal. Taking off the shelf, some will agree, some will disagree. And even with our teachers, I would even suggest that, and I'm not sure I agree with the parents in the whole community or the parents in the school, but each board member choosing 2 parents, because if we're going to talk about community standards, then we talk about community standards. I think it's too much pressure on a principal to say, I take this book off, everybody else takes it off. They've got 1,000 things on their plate. And as far as teachers being on the committee, I don't know, but I just feel that if we take a look at this and we're really going to discuss it, those are my feelings on that one. And again, we agree to disagree or what, but that's why we're talking about it. So as far as the parent, Ms. Rosario, say that one more time that you said. I know, I just want to make sure I'm right.
Just keep it the way it was, no change there. Keep it as it was. There's no need for it. When this was recommended a year ago, if you recall, there was originally 2. It was recommended that each board member select 2.
Yeah.
The reason why we came down to 1 parent is because it was too much. It was too many, there were too many people. Too many cooks spoil the stew, or whatever that phrase is. And then ultimately, the board kind of dwindled it all down to 1 person, each of us. And then we also have, I think it's the superintendent, Kelly, no, 2,
I think 4.
the district coordinator, media center specialist, the 5 parents, the 2 instructional staff members that are appointed by the superintendent, and then 1. So ultimately, it comes out, and then 1 who is not the alternative to be present, but 1 that is a substitute in case one of the staff members are not there. And so that equals, what is it, 11 or 13 already? So it's a lot. And then if you add another 5, I mean, you're talking about close to 20.
Well,
I'm sorry,
I-
Madam Chair, just as a,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was with you with Ms. Rosario's recommendation to keep it as it is. Fine. This isn't you're looking at the makeup of the actual committee itself? or are you
Right. And I
saying-
was saying not having the principal, and I don't know about the teachers. Has this committee even met yet? No. So,
They've had, sorry.
oh,
They've
they
had
started
they've
the
had
beginning
consultating-
meeting,
they've
right, and
had
elected the
sunshine
chair.
training.
I don't know that,
I don't want 20, I'm just saying
okay,
some
20, yeah,
come
20
off,
to
some
me is
come on.
too many chefs in the kitchen.
Right.
is
I don't want
how I've
20.
always said it.
Whatever
no.
the phrase is.
No,
But
I
I
didn't
don't
want
know that
that.
that's what you're recommending. Are you recommending just having 2 people per board member?
That's what I was thinking. And as far as I'm concerned with the parent, I think it should be a parent of a child in the school district. I don't care if it's elementary, middle, or
That's-
high.
That's how, and
That's what we're saying.
That's what
Yeah,
it says.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
So-
Reiterating.
Not changing.
So just as a point of clarity to kind of help facilitate the conversation, each board member selects 2 parents of people, students and parents in the district, which
That'd
would
be
be
10.
a makeup of 10, and not have principal and teachers on the committee?
I'm just worried about the principal and the teachers. I know the principals, I just don't want to add anything more to their plate, that's all.
You should have at least 1 staff member to help
Can't do that.
facilitate the
Well,
conversation.
yeah, that'd be okay.
Just-
I mean, that's up to you, but
No.
those are just my thoughts.
I'm not facilitating. Go ahead.
Can I speak?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to keep it as it is. We already hashed this out last year.
Yep.
And this group hasn't even gotten a chance to really get going. So I don't think we should be upsetting the apple cart right now. I think to leave it as it is. And we all came up with people that we felt like we wanted to have represent us as a district or a board member person. I'm fine with that. If they're willing to serve and be on that committee, then let's do it. I think we have a good group of people that are selected from all different kind of aspects to look at this and be fair. And why are we going to change it now? So leave it as it is. And I do agree that a principal should be on the committee. I understand what she's saying, take it off the principal, but having been a principal that was on lots of committees, I was put on, gosh, I don't know, Education Foundation Committee for 2 years, even though I didn't ask, I was voluntold. I was glad, even though it was a lot of extra work, that I was on the committee because it made my eyes open up to what actually happens. So I think that, and I had a voice for other principals. So I think it's important that we have a principal on there. I think it's important we have a district person on there. Leave it alone.
Ms. Rosario, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I would just like to just go on for the record. There is no indication here that a principal is mandated to be on this committee. There's no indication here. All it says is that 2 instructional staff appointed by the superintendent, 1 school-based administrator. That could be just about anybody. Assistant principal, could be a principal, could be maybe even a teacher on special assignment who is taking over that
That's not an
particular.
administrator.
Although it might not be, but it's just school building administrator, school-based administrator. So I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything except this one thing. Letter E, that was added last year. It was thrown in there kind of like on the whim. We know the context of letter E because it was explained to us that if, for example, the superintendent's 2 instructional staff are not present, maybe someone is absent, maybe someone, put in their word, maybe someone is on medical leave, whatever the case may be, that you could then appoint an alternative person to that position. Kind of like their substitute, like a substitute teacher, essentially. But E does not actually indicate that it's a sub-position. So when the committee met for the first time, to get there first with, if you recall, there was the training, and then they had the sunshine law, and, welcome, whatever that was when it first happened, right? Just, this is your responsibilities. Your alternative came to that meeting. So though it was important for the alternative to get the same training, when speaking with the alternative knew that she was an alternative, but wasn't quite sure what her role was. So I want to be clear about this alternative. If we could just add in parentheses, sub or substitute, just to be clear that this is not a person who is an active voting member on the committee, but someone who will replace someone in the event, it's the superintendent substitute, not one of ours. That's the only thing that is not kind of clear. So if we can just add in parentheses superintendent substitute, or, something to that language, I'm totally okay with that. Other than that, again, there are no principals that are assigned to the selection committee. It doesn't say that here, so I'm good with leaving everything as is.
No, it says school-based administrator, and that's his choice.
I thought we chose one.
No.
Right now, Mr. Cummings serves, he is the district level administrator. So he is in fact a
Okay.
principal. So it
All
does not say principal, it says district, school-based administrator.
I
So
knew
that's
he had
the-
been assigned.
so-
Okay, Ms. Barrenborn?
Yeah, the only thing I would say, alternate to me means substitute, but that's fine. I will say when an alternate is picked for a jury, their responsibility is to sit there and listen to everything so that they are well-researched and well-aware if they have to step in. So I'm okay with that person attending, just they don't have a vote, they don't have anything until
Right.
they have to be.
No, I think
But
that-
I'd rather that they go and be paying attention so that they don't just go in cold.
I think the alternate would be for a district-assigned individual, not a board member-assigned individual, and only, it's a level of clarity. We all understand what it
Yeah.
means, but as you read the policy from the outsider's perspective, it's not as clear as it could be.
Okay.
All righty. Next.
Can I just clarify, what is the feedback for E?
For what?
For E, how would you like that to read?
Well, he can give direction on
One
when they come.
alternative appointment by superintendent, in parentheses, superintendent substitute. Or just substitute is fine with me. I'm okay with that, just so that there is,
It's just clarifying. It's just-
let us go back and clarify.
Yes,
I have
please.
the intent, it's very close to, it's just clarifying who that individual is substituting for, and when they would be enacted to participate.
All right, Dr. Shafty, are you next still? Yep.
The only other thing is the formatting seems to be off in your version, that, just so you know, that the subsequent procedures are specifically for the district objection committee, and we'll make sure that the formatting in board docs reflects that that procedure belongs solely to the district objection committee.
Ms. Rosario?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we go back to, I may have missed it, the objection, district objectives A. It's at the bottom of page 2 of 5, the establishment of the district objection to materials. Was it there? I might have it at a different place, wherever the objection form, the bottom of page 2. Yeah, it was the bottom of page 2. So I know we talked about the objection form itself. So the new language in the statute actually states that the objection form needs to be accessible on the homepage of the school district's website. It must identify the school district point of contact, the contact information for the submission of the objection form. It must be easy to understand, easy to read, easy to understand, and easily accessible. So we haven't gotten there yet in the development of the form. I understand that the DOE is kind of crafting what that form should look like. But in doing this research, I know the form for that the superintendent has to fill out, I'm just assuming that it's going to be about the same. The form that the superintendent has to fill out at the end of the year just seems pretty easy. I mean, it's what's on the internet here. I'll pass this around so the board members can see it if they'd like. It doesn't seem very complicated. It looks like something that can be created here, Mrs. Barenborg, something on maybe an Excel spreadsheet, but essentially it would just have the type of material, the title, the author, ISBN number, grade level, course name. In this case, you know, if it's a fifth grader, it should say grade level, right? Fifth grade, or whatever it is. But something similar to that just seems to be, I just don't want to make it complicated.
Sure.
So I know that we are waiting for guidance on that, but I just wanted to share this because if the guidance from the DOE comes down, which often happens, right? They say, this is the guidance, you have to have these clear objectives or these clear bullet points in there, but it's up to you to actually create the form. I don't think it should be any different than what the superintendent has to submit because then you can very easily merge them together, right? To make it easier for you all. What is your feedback on all of that?
So two things, that form that, sorry, through the chair, the form that the DOE has the screenshot of is provided to districts as the Excel template.
Right.
So we're entering it right into an Excel template, and then they give directions for the protocol for uploading to the commissioner. The second form I think you're speaking about will be on the October 18th State Board of Education meeting, where the state is streamlining district objection forms to a particular material. So we are anticipating what that form will look like. They have not posted the agenda yet, but it's an item for discussion so that districts are consistent in what is captured on their forms and how the information is captured. So that's the end of your reporting form, but the state has the real-time reporting to a formal objection, which we anticipate will be on the agenda.
Do you think that that's going to be, and I haven't heard, but do you think that's going to be in like a particular portal? Because I do know that there is conversation about sharing, you know, objectionable books statewide so that all districts have an opportunity to look on that list and say, okay, this was, you know, objected to and removed from District A. we should actually follow suit with District A?
The state posted it, but not to the extent of the information we submitted. So on the Florida Department of Education Instructional Materials website, there's a link to all objected material by district, but it's the title and the author, and not necessarily the reasons why that we captured on the submission form. But it is, they have a responsibility to post it, and they did.
Okay, so that's still forthcoming, and that's why here it says, subject to the objection form to be created by the DOE. Okay.
Righty.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
have
go ahead.
another question, if it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Since we're on this topic, I do want to talk about the objection committee, the process here. So we currently have, I'm going to say 10 or 13 books that have been objected on the basis of critical race theory, right? That are just, I don't know what they're doing. They're just in waiting, I suppose. From what I understand, the recommendation is to hold off on that until after November, which is ridiculous. We have a current district committee, objection committee, which is the purpose of our policy. What we don't have in our policy is a loophole to say within a certain amount of time, this committee should convene to review the books that have been objected to. So our current law says if you object to a book, you have 5 days, the district has 5 days to remove the book from the shelf, pending, the objection committee or whatever, pending final review. If a book is objected to today, it could take 6 months before it goes to the committee based on how it's going now. That's wrong. I think we should, as a board, be responsible to our public. I'm okay with 30-day window. 30-day window, a book is objected to, within 30 days, the committee should be called. That gives plenty of time for the committee to kind of come up with a time that they can meet, a time to to look at the book, to kind of get together. Would board members be okay with adding that language? If a book is objected to, whatever that timeline could be.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, if you're talking about adding parents, and parents have really tough schedules sometimes to be able to do something within 30 days, I can see where maybe quarterly, but I also think that if you're going to commit to being on this committee, that, I don't know, the committee should have dates in mind posted, that if there's a book that comes up, this is when we're going to meet. And that way, there's no question that, hey, I got to check my calendar. It's, I already cleared that date, just like board members do for Mondays. It's like, okay, that's my board meeting day. I know that if something comes up, that's probably where it's going to be. I think that we should do the same thing. There should be some dates in mind, quarterly, I think. That's fair. That they should kind of know that any books that are going to be challenged, I have a quarterly meeting. I'm going to be at that meeting to look at those books.
Mr. Barefoot, do you have anything, bud, on that one?
No, you all have a nice job of covering all of this stuff. Anything I'd say would be redundant.
Dr. Pasca?
So it sounds like we're proposing maybe creating a timeline for that committee to meet. I mean, I think that probably there should be some sort of timeline put in. Like if there are outstanding books, they meet at least once a month or something. But that committee can choose, obviously, when they're going to meet and what dates and all that, give them the flexibility. But just so they're not sitting there for 3 months.
I agree with Dr. Pasca as far as the committee has to decide that. These people are volunteering their time, doing an important job, and then recommending to the board. So I could probably go with quarterly, but again, it would be great once we get all the people set, what are the timelines for them? Because again, they're giving their time to us, and I appreciate that. Ms. Berenborg?
I think like any other committee that the board has, we give them kind of the overall guidelines and say, as a committee, we need you to come up with some dates that you're going to commit to meet. And then let them come back to us with, these are the dates that we're going to meet. And then we as a board can say, that's not enough, or, okay, good for you, you're going to meet every week, that's awesome. You know, we can kind of go there. I think let them go ahead and do it because they all have busy schedules, they're volunteering. I think that's the way kind of to go with it. I agree with you that let them come up with the dates but come up with some dates. So that way you know, these are the dates that I'm going to commit to, because I know what it's like for her, sorry, Dorian, to get 5 of us to commit to a date. So imagine what it's like for all these parents that are on this committee.
Would you be interested if there were outstanding challenges that we have some sort of stipulation that they meet at least once a month, so it's not sitting there, or?
Oh, yeah, I think we should put some sort of guideline on. I think quarterly is fine. I don't think it's an emergency. Some of these books have been sitting there waiting for a long time. But I think that we're also looking at people, adults that are volunteering that have busy schedules. So I think, once a month, that's a lot of a commitment, but if they're willing to do it, sure.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I think there was a misunderstanding here. It wasn't about how long or when they should meet when they first are convened. That wasn't the intent of the recommendation. The recommendation was from the moment that the district receives an objection, from that moment to notify the committee and say, hey, we have 5 books under objection. When will you all be able to begin to meet? We need a 30-day window to contact all of the committee members. After they first meet their first convened meeting, it's up to them. They can meet, however long it takes them to review 10 books, that's up to the committee. That we've already established, those procedures are here. That hasn't changed. But from the moment that the district receives 5, 10, 20 objections that are not prohibited, that immediately come off based on sexual content or whatever, if there's something like critical race theory, for example, and that goes to a district committee, that timeline needs to be established. So right now, we have some books that were...
With 2.
2? I thought there were 13. All right, so we have 2. Perfect. So we have 2 that have been objected to.
Formally challenged.
How long ago?
I don't know.
August 28th, maybe?
No, after that date.
September, first week September?
I'm not sure.
All right, well,
I'll look it up.
it was certainly in September, right? So
It's been
let's
about a month.
About a month. So let's say, so far, the committee has not been notified that we have 2 challenge materials.
They haven't been notified?
No, they have not been notified. That's my point.
Oh,
So they're just sitting,
Yeah.
doing nothing, because it's up to the superintendent is recommending, oh, no, don't do anything, because the board is going to select a new committee in November. So what happens in November? We select a new committee, that new committee gets trained. These books are not going to be looked at until January or February.
yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
ridiculous.
if we could look at that, Dr. Shafty, or getting information to the committee, see if they can meet once, before that
No.
meeting, that would
Right.
help.
No, but what I'm
That's
saying
something.
is, we need here in
Yeah.
our policy that says that if we have a district, just like the DOE said, if a book is objected to, it must come off the shelves within 5 days.
5 days.
So what I'm suggesting is, if a book is objected to and it comes off of the shelf, the committee must be notified of the objection within 30 days.
Can I
That's
add
what
to
yes, sir.
Dr.
Yeah.
Costa, go ahead.
I think as a district, we should notify them within 5 days. I would put that writing, that verbiage in here, because there should be no real lag between a challenge and the notification to that committee.
Dr. Moore, what are you thinking here?
So I'll ask the attorney to chime in, but specifically, the volume of books that come in, we have to understand the amount of work required on this specific committee. The first step is ultimately review from either the principal, or in this specific situation, myself. In adhering to the current law, we've already removed 111 books based on submitted challenges. We have about 65 that are still pending, 2 of which are we're discussing now. The remaining 63 probably will not have to go to the committee, but I need to access the books. Some of them are locked away at Sebastian Senior High School because they don't necessarily, they're in storage because they're renovating the space. Others is just simply time to pull the information, research the actual request, and ensure that it does violate or does not violate established policy or state law. So in some cases, putting a timeline on it may not be a timeline that we would be able to keep. Now, as the attorney regarding current cases that are in process, that we were waiting for additional guidance, so the committee actually didn't have questions or concerns.
Thank you.
If I understand the question, the referral for library objection is for the sexual conduct and the similar subsection. The general committee dealing with, for example, LGBTQI, the case law so far in the position of the Attorney General there is that's classroom instruction only and not library. And again, I have not found parallel statute analysis by the AG or by, as was the case, a federal judge, Judge Windsor, on the LGBTQI on CRT, but that seems to generally be classroom instruction. Now, how that plays within what you have already, I don't know. And frankly, I have a call into the Florida Department of Education General Counsel to get some guidance as to how that agency interprets the CRT. And I expect to have an answer on that definitively within the week. But that is as far as I've gotten. In other words, I want to be able to give you a definitive answer on that because I recognize that is a crucial component to what we are doing.
So right now, we have two challenges, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
and pending the feedback from our attorney, we'd be able to make a decision and convene the committee if that is the appropriate next step. The other books under the area of sexual content is just simply a matter of putting those books in our hands to review. And as we have said a number of times, this board has been clear on the direction that it would like to take regarding those specific books. So once we go through that legitimate process, verify the information or content is in that specific book, we'll be able to update the board and not need to convene the committee.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I think we just went off on a completely different topic that has nothing to do with what the recommendation was. With regard to CRT, the definition is in House Bill 7. The definition is very clear in there in House Bill 7, what is CRT. But that wasn't the recommendation right now. The recommendation was, how long does it take the district to notify the committee that we have 2 pending objections? That's it. Notify the committee so that they can work on setting a date that is convenient for them to convene. The committee needs to be notified. Hey, we just received an objection, and forthcoming within 30 days or so, we're expecting you all to meet at a date that is convenient to you all. That has nothing to do with, whether a book is LGBTQ or CRT or anything like that. That's up to the objection committee when they meet to then understand what the law says regarding those things. An objection could be about anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be about LGBTQ or CRT. An objection could be, I just don't like that material on that page. I don't like the picture. I don't like the colors in the picture. An objection could be anything. It may not be legitimate, but it's a parent's objection. And so that's the part. Our policy doesn't say that you have to vet that material before it goes to the objection committee.
Madam Chair, if I...
Yes, go ahead.
You meaning
Yeah.
the superintendent. It doesn't. It just says that when an objection is not received positively from so here's the process, because I see here. So here's the process. A parent can review material, call the principal or email the principal and say, I have an objection to book A. Here is my objection. The principal can pull that book, or principal or media center specialist, pull that book and say, I agree, mom or dad, this book violates this statute, it is inappropriate, not age appropriate, we're going to pull it. That's it. It doesn't go in, the book is pulled, it's removed from the district. Principal has the authority to do that. Media center specialist has the authority to do that, per law. If at that point the principal says, no, the book is gonna stay here, I disagree with you, mom or dad can then come to the district level, fill out an objection form, and have the objection committee review that book. That's the process. That's what we have right, that's what's in these policies here in terms of objection. It could also be an objection around adopted curriculum. So it's not just library books. It could be an objection around the social studies review committee for the social studies book that's coming, we're in the adoptions process, or a math adoptions process, or whatever it could be. It could be on anything. So, but again, it's once the district receives that objection, there should be a timeline by when we notify our committee and say, we just received an objection that quite possibly will come to you all so that you can meet.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Just a moment. Mr. Ansbacher was next.
And my response, because I was responding to the question asked of me, is if the question is, does this board establishing policy have the authority to set forth timelines? The answer is clearly yes. I think in the absence of specific dates, what the law would default to would be a reasonable period of time. And frankly, given that what is reasonable may differ in your interpretation versus someone else's interpretation, it's probably not an unreasonable thing to establish whatever is a workable timeline.
Thank you. Dr. Shafty?
I just wanted to clarify, we have a great partnership with our petitioner, and the reason that we did not move forward with polling the committee is based on those conversations of, that's why only 2 books were brought forward at this time. The reason for those 2 challenges are CRT, and we've had ongoing conversations as to what could potentially happen in November with seating a new committee. The intent was to bring forth additional CRT books under the premise of CRT to train the committee on what it would be, the committee that would stay in place for the remainder of the formal challenges. So I just want to clarify that that was something we had an ongoing conversation, and our understanding is we were both on the same page, district and petitioner.
All right, Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Mr. Rosario, though, of putting a time constraint on it. And the reason why is because, let's say you tell one person, okay, we're working with you, we're talking to you, we'll deal with this book sometime. And then another person you say, oh, well, we're going to deal with that one right away. The other person's like, wait a minute, I brought my books first. I don't want to get us into that situation. So I think all Ms. Rosario is asking for is just the superintendent notify the committee, hey, there are 2 challenges. So a notification, I'm fine with however many days we all come up with. The other part that I added was, I think this group should have, the guideline that we should give them is that they should come up with some established dates that they could possibly meet so that they don't have to go through oh my goodness, now we have to meet and come up with a date and time, I think if they all agree in their next meeting, let's hash out some possible dates, look at your calendar, and come up with 4 dates or 5 dates in the next calendar school year that you're going to commit to being available. That, I think, goes along with, okay, now we have an objection. Superintendent told them, hey, we have an objection of 2 books. The chair of the committee can say, okay, well, now we have our next date on the calendar. I'm going to go ahead and say to everybody, we're going to meet because we have some books.
So basically, we're looking at saying we would like for this committee to look at these 2 books and set the time, and then the new committee would then set the new dates.
and Dr. Shafter can correct me if I'm wrong, but the committee, once a challenge has been submitted and they've been notified it was not cleared at the principal level, meaning I was unable to come to a resolution, it's now moving on to the next level, they would begin their process of meeting. So you're looking at two different timelines. A, the timeline of the submission going to the school and saying, hey, I want to challenge this specific book. That would be a timeline. So within X number of days, that can be done. Bearing the challenges of, the unique situation right now, we have to go into the boxes and boxes of books at Sebastian High School to find the actual book to
Sebastian River,
senior high school.
Sebastian High School, yeah.
Senior.
Yes.
But that's only one school.
Yes, but that's where the majority of those books
Just,
that are still pending.
please let
so
him go
far.
ahead and speak, and I'll recognize
And
him.
then the actual convening, okay, so principal went through that process, unable to resolve, notified the committee, and then the committee would meet within X number of days to begin the process. So there are obstacles and barriers and challenges in order, whether it's myself or the principal, to convene and look at a book. Is it reasonable to have a time frame? I would say yes, it's reasonable to have a time frame. And then that's when, if that not resolved, the committee is notified to identify a date. Dr. Schaff, did I accurately capture that?
Ms. Rosario?
The scenario that you're talking about, Dr. Moore, is only about Sebastian River High School. That's not the only school that we have in our district that might cause a problem. So that's a different, and that with the books being in boxes, that's not very difficult. To remove a book from the system available can be done through the new platform that we have.
Yes, they have.
So that's not an issue. I think that just muddies some of what we're talking about. But one of the books, let's say Anti-Racist Baby, right? That's in our elementary schools,
One copy and.
one copy. It's
And
a 20-page, 24-page picture book. Doesn't take long to do that, doesn't take 6 months to review. The committee could have looked at that a month ago already. For us to have to wait 6 months to review all of the books that are being objected to is just ridiculous. It's just prolonging the inevitable, just what always happens here. It's pushing things off when we can take care of it right now. We shouldn't have to do that. It's ridiculous.
If I may add something.
Yes, Dr. Posca?
Maybe we could add some simple language so that, for instance, if a book is challenged, a challenge is made at the principal level, the principal will notify the committee members that there has been a book challenge within 5 days, and we'll also let them know if he's still reviewing it to determine if he's going to pull the book himself with the media specialist. And then within 30 days, the committee will then be notified of his review. I don't like the open-ended timeline. The most common way to defeat a statute or a law is simply to drag your feet. I don't want to give people the opportunity to do that. I think we should have a timeline.
All righty, so can we come back with a timeline from you then?
Through the chair, we could look at the process, but, when you have the discourse and conversation and come to an agreement, that was the agreement that the board was, or myself and staff was honoring. And then there are circumstances, whether it's a new board or the full vetting of the board, that come into play. But having a timeline, I don't think is necessarily the issue, but the current reality was based on conversation and dialogue around what we needed to do and when we needed to do, and everyone was on the same page. So the adding timelines, not an issue, but as far as staff and myself were concerned, that there wasn't an issue regarding the
Okay.
process that we are currently implementing. So
Okay.
that's all news to me.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mrs.
So
Rosario.
here's a recommendation, because we're here now, right? This is the time for us to do it. So here's a recommendation. I appreciate Dr. Posca's 5-day notice. I would agree. If a book has to be removed within 5 days from the DOE, within the 5 days, the committee needs to be notified that a book has been objected to. So an email that goes out, a book has been removed within 5 days. At the same time, that email goes out to the committee members, a book has been objected to. within 5 days. That's law. I appreciate that recommendation. I can support that. From that point forward, in that email, I would also add, please be aware that within 30 days, we will have further notice of possibly getting, how do we word it? Possibly getting the committee together to begin meeting, to begin convening,
If not resolved, we can.
if not resolved, to convene the meeting from that point forward to review the books. Would board members, you be okay with that?
I'd like to add one thing to that.
Go ahead,
I'm
Ms.
fine with all
Bradford.
of it, except for I think that we need to put in policy the guideline for that committee, because we have in policy like SAC committees, when they, how often they meet, that sort of thing. I'd like to see a guideline. It doesn't have to be indefinite, but a guideline as to how often they should meet, or they should establish dates ahead of time. Because I think what we're going to get into is we're going to go back to this and complain again because the committee can't decide on a date to meet. So I think that we should put that right in the policy right now, that guideline for the committee, for the chair of the committee to determine when the committee will meet and how often.
I'm good with the committee establishing the dates.
Yes.
I agree.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Barefoot. Just wave your hand if I don't see you. Dr.
So,
Moore?
Dr. Shafty, did you get that?
I did.
Okay, so we'll add that
Establish-
to this.
Once there's a challenge, the committee will establish dates to bring a resolution to the challenge.
Thank you. All righty. That was 2522. Go ahead, Dr. Shafty.
Okay. The next one is 2623. Student assessment. The added language is to include what we already do. The board approves local assessment programs as well. So in the first paragraph, that has been added.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 5121, controlled open enrollment. Added language from House Bill 7051. It's line 41, just so you have it. And everything in here that has been added in the second half of the policy, it's not a deletion, but a reorganization to make sure it reads the same way in phases 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Any questions, board members? Thank you, Dr. Shafty.
You're welcome. The next one is 5410.01. That would be in your September update because a rule was approved by our State Board of Education in between the July update. And this includes Senate Bill 240, which is the financial support for middle and high school CTE, supports for CTE, pathways for students, as well as the additive language of the substantial mathematics deficiency and characteristics of dyscalculia.
Thank you. Any
Welcome.
questions? Okay.
The next one is 5420, reporting student progress. This was simply a technical correction to the citation of the statute due to new legislation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms.
Can
Rosario.
I go back to the one on 5410 with the math deficiencies? Is that the one?
5410.01.
Yeah, I think that's it, 5410.01. No, I don't know this information. Would you know any, maybe Ms. Becerra knows, would you know any information as to how they came up with dyscalculia in the development of this new statute? Where that came from?
I believe it's the counterpart for ELA and the dyslexia. It's the deficiency for mathematics, and they seem to have mirrored the reading interventions now to the math interventions because the New Worlds Initiative covers both.
So has it been discovered that a lot more students lately have dyslexia and dyscalculia?
I don't know that.
I don't know if it's a lot more through the chair. We definitely see a higher number of students being identified with dyslexia. So if we're running a parallel path, there is obviously, you can make the assumption, but I don't have that current.
I wonder why. And so I've seen that. I've seen a lot lately, students with dyslexia and dyscalculia just kind of, just like in recent years when you hear like almost everybody now has ADD or ADHD. And so it's curious for me, and I wonder if it has something to do with the technology and the access to technology that students have had over the years, sitting in front of a screen as opposed to looking at a printed page, right? And doing work on a printed page may have something to do with the development or the readability of letters and words and all of that. Because dyslexia is on a spectrum just like autism, right? So you can have, some where reading comprehension is off for dyslexia, and some dyslexic students have some slight letter reversal, whereas then you have those on the opposite end that are very severe, right? Letter reversals and like the typical thing that we hear of dyslexia. I guess my point is something that I have mentioned before, and I don't have a recommendation for this policy, but I'm bringing it up because it's been a conversation that I've brought up before, and I'd like the district to move in this direction at some point. I've mentioned this before. I know Dr. Posca is new on the board, and he may not have been a part of some of those conversations. So my son does not have dyscalculia, but he struggles with math. He's always struggled with math. It's always been a weak point for him. And it took me probably about 4 or 5 years before I found the right curriculum for him. And it's hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars later in changing curriculum just to kind of get the book that fit him perfectly, fit his learning needs and his mastery. And the book that I selected, when I finally figured out what I needed to look for, what he said to me was, the page is too busy. The pages before in all of the books were just too busy. Too many things on a page. And it's too complicated, right? And there were very little spaces in the math textbooks and workbooks to actually work out the assignment, so then he had to recopy it all in a notebook, which is hard for kids, especially if you're struggling in this area. So I found a curriculum that actually, it's called Matthew C, and all it is, I don't even know how I can explain night and day. He went from struggling and being maybe 2 grades below to now being in honors on his own, right? Because I can't do math for the life of me. I am not, algebraic in any way, shape, or form, and this kid has taught himself algebra, with the resources. Because the book itself does the reverse of what our books do. Typical books nowadays have this spiral thing, right? Where you have the new lesson, and then you have some examples for the new lesson, and then you have maybe 3 or 4 pages of examples of other things in past lessons that spiral, right? And then it starts a new chapter, new lesson, a few examples to that new lesson, and then you spiral a lot of examples to previous lessons. So what I never didn't realize is he was never actually mastering that new lesson. So when a new lesson came, he was still struggling with the previous ones, and he could never really catch up on the spiraling. Where Matthew C focuses on a new lesson, and then there's like 20 pages of exercises for that new lesson. So he's mastering that new skill. And then there's review of previous lessons. And the pages are empty, and he has plenty of space to work it out. And I always say, one of the issues that I have with public education is that everything is kind of cookie cutter. You get one textbook for every single kid, and that's it. One textbook, one workbook for every kid, and that's it. Where we're not differentiating that way. We can change a lesson plan and change an activity for kids, but we're not actually giving all of the kids what they need. Whereas if we had on a shelf for example, Matthew C, and we have a kid who's struggling with this skill, why not let them master that skill with a different curriculum so that they do better and they can return with more confidence to the curriculum that everyone else is doing. Or, give kids in our classroom an opportunity to work best in their area or whatever they're able to do that way. But we're not doing that. And so then we have kids who struggle, especially if they have dyslexia or dyscalculia, and I'm talking about math here. It's hard to get them to catch up when you're 3, 4, 5 years behind. So I always wonder if there's something better that we can do. I know there is. And I hope that one day we can get to a point where we don't have to adopt just one curriculum for everybody. That's the part that just drives me crazy. I wish that we can get to a point where we can say, let's get 2 curriculum. Let's adopt 2 different kinds, not 2 of the same, 2 different kinds, and have the availability. For students who have special needs, they might do great with this because there aren't a lot of pictures. Kids who have ADD, they can't function by looking at a very busy page. It's too busy for their mind. Even classrooms that are very, very, have a lot of postings and very colorful, that gets very distracting sometimes for kids who have ADD and ADHD. Anyway, I'm going to get off that soapbox, but I'm sending that out because, I want to send it out into the ethos that maybe somebody somewhere will hear that we need to do better in this particular area.
So, Madam Chair, I don't know if Dr. Jacobs would like to expand, since she's the one who can actually diagnose students with these disabilities. But in terms of what Ms. Rosario just said, Matthew C., I know it very well, because that was my youngest daughter's curriculum. But we do differentiate instruction, and we do vary the instructional strategies, which that book is a strategy on how to teach the content of math. So a lot of the things Ms. Rosario just said, although we have a core curriculum that is approved by this board, which ensures that we are in fact aligned to the state standards, it doesn't keep us from individualizing the instruction and modifying or using manipulatives or other instructional designs in order to individualize instruction to meet the needs of specific kids. Dr. J, anything you need to add? Jacob, sorry.
I think you covered a bit of what I was going to say, but with regard to your question about dyslexia and dyscalculia, those are both diagnoses that we use in the private sector whenever we are evaluating and identifying learning disorders. And so dyslexia made its first appearance. We have been evaluating and identifying the exact same thing, but we call it specific learning disability. So a child that has dyslexia or dyscalculia would be identified with a specific learning disability because there's a fundamental underlying processing disorder. It's just that the private sector has now lobbied and pushed for more and more supports for students, and that's why these terms are making an appearance in education as well.
I think it's great. I think it's about time that we actually identify where students have a need. And I said ethos, I meant ether, out in the ether.
One thing I would add, just being in a few schools last couple weeks, is that the differentiated instruction, especially in reading in the elementary, is so obvious. And in the math. And what I saw, obviously, as a middle and high school principal was now what we call the tiered approach. If they're not making it, what do we do to help, and keeping our parents involved with that, because I'm lucky my 3 kids did pretty well in school, but some were stronger in math than others. So a different approach is always great. But boy, what I saw last week, especially in the reading area, was real differentiated instruction and how they were helping those who needed a little extra help. So, and the tiered approach, which took some time when we first started that, but especially at the middle and high school, you want about 80% of your kids to see if you can get it on that first try. And then you start, making that approach and what can we do to help there. So I think we do well there. But thank you for your comments, Ms. Rosario.
Good.
All right.
Continue on, Dr. Shaw.
9130, public complaints. This change is to reference the citation to C policy 2520 and 2522, we would copy and paste language from policies into other policies, making it extremely challenging to know where you needed to update. So instead of having that language again in its entirety, we would just ask that you see that policy, so we're updating it in the one location appropriately throughout the book.
Okay.
The last one is 9800 charter schools. Minor changes to that would be added language to have a meeting with the charter schools, which Ms. Holden did in July, to norm the way of work and the expectations. All of our charter school contacts agreed on a protocol or a method for how we will ask for information of them and how we will retrieve it. So that came out of that meeting, and that is it for CNI's policies.
Board members, let's take a 10-minute break before the next section, and then we'll finish those up and get into the agenda. So I will adjourn until 2:25. Policies, we are now with Mr. Seymour, Student Advocacy.
Okay, through the chair, we're going to start with policy, it states policy 2371B2, which is now 2371. Just language change there. The Florida Administrative Code, Rule 6A-6.9513C, did add simple battery and removed physical attack. And that's on the Hope Scholarships.
Okay, any questions, board members, on Hope Scholarship? All right, thank you, Mr. Seymour. Go ahead.
Next is 2410.01, mental health services. All it is a language, not language change, but just a change in the code, a mental health assistant program to be implemented by the district. And that is based on changes in House Bill 5101.
All right, board members, any questions on that one? All righty. Next one, Mr. Seymour, please.
Okay. The next is 2431, interscholastic athletics. This is a provision by House Bill 225. And it allows now the public school student to participate in private schools activities in the event that those activities are not within the zoned school area. So if you're at a particular school and they do not have the chess club, you may participate at a private school.
Correct.
Football is a little different.
How is it different?
Well, it differs in the event that in that participation coming from one school, under the Florida High School Sports Athletic Association, they look at the conferences and the regions. So they want to make sure that one student does not jump from one school,
right,
because a football team could be suspended and then go to another and participate within that conference.
Right. Thank you, Mr.
Which
Seymour.
happened.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Seymour. Go ahead, Ms. Rosario.
AA. No, they don't. No, they do not. But
Let me just say that again,
Yeah.
because the mic wasn't on. The FHSAA rules do not supersede statute. So if if a student let's take, for example, a student who is divorced 50-50, right? 50% with the father, 50% with the mother. And I don't know, something happens that the student was playing on the football team here and then, changes and plays on the football team in another school. By law, the student can do that.
Right.
But what you're saying is, through the FHSAA rules, the student cannot do that.
No, I didn't say they couldn't do
Oh.
that. Just like I have a good cause committee, and they review any particular cases that may, be similar in where a student is participating in the same conference but on a different school. So just if a kid is homeless, that just happened. He came from one conference and went to pretty much the same region and was allowed to participate due to the fact that he was homeless.
So that has to then, what you're saying is, it should then come through your office for approval.
Yes.
Do we have, I don't think we have that written here.
No, it's not, but.
We should put it in there.
Yes, it's not in statute, but under the Florida High School Sports Athletic Association, that's when I created the Good Cause Committee.
But we don't have the good cause committee in our policy. Is
No,
that
we don't.
something that board members would be interested in adding to our policy? Not in statute, but it's in the policy.
I understand what Mr. Seymour was saying because I dealt with that at the FHSAA. I'm going to ask Mr. Bass his thoughts on that.
I wouldn't put it in policy.
I wouldn't either.
I mean, you've got the caveat to be able to do it through FHSA. And going back to one of your first things you said about FHSA superseding statute, FHSAA's guidance and all their policies should fall under the statute and should reflect the statute.
Should.
Should, it does, it does. So because of that, I wouldn't put it in.
You would not?
I would not put it in.
But then how does a parent know what to do?
You've got the,
I wouldn't know that we had that committee.
Well, that
So I
is
homeschool.
Yeah, that's mentioned in the FHSAA policies, state guideline.
so if it comes up, I mean, there's enough, I mean, all the secondary schools know that that's an option out there. So they would, if a parent says, hey, we're moving and I would like for my child to participate, he was just participating in this school.
Right.
Then the principals and the ADs know that.
Okay.
They're well aware of that, and they're the ones who usually bring it up. Yeah.
What about homeschoolers?
It'd be the same. If they wanted to come participate and they
not-
were somewhere else and it was something that would go to him, they would, the parent, the student, the homeschool student or whoever it may be, and the parent have to first show an interest and want to come to that sport at that particular school. And then they'll investigate, okay, where are you coming from? Why, what needs to happen to make it so you can participate?
And even years ago, I had several homeschool students on teams, and we brought them in and talked to them because they had to follow the same guidelines. So I know the ADs at both of our high schools understand that good cause, and if there's any kind of question, they go directly to Mr. Seymour. So I don't think anyone would slip through the cracks, but a parent could also, what I used to get as a principal is a call on what to do from homeschool parents, and it worked pretty well. Yes, ma'am.
And just a little caveat on that, it's not just homeschool parents. It's also charter school parents.
Right.
Private school parents.
Right.
Yes.
Because I used to coach and have kids from other schools, so I understand.
I've had all
Coaches are
all
trained in
levels.
this.
Yes. All right, I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Seymour.
Next is 5,200 attendance, just number change. It was Florida Statute 1003.01, and it was 13.2C, A, B, and C. And they dropped all of the lettering and just stuck it to the Florida Statute of 1003.01. No major changes.
All right, thank you.
5,500 student conduct. It was a revision to identify and define the acts of misconduct. And so what was happening before, we had the statute, but they had not defined the misconduct, so they define it well.
All right, any questions? Thank you.
Okay, 5513, care of school property. It just make sure in policy 5513 that students and parents are aware of the responsibility of maintaining. Let me see here, deleting the optional language that permits the board to withhold a report card or credits from any student whose payment of a fine is in arrears due to damaged property or lost property. So if a student has a laptop, they must be responsible to at least pay the fees or return it.
Questions? All right, thank you.
5517.01, bullying and harassment. The Florida Administrative Code was just adding information, so the revisions to the policy just pertain to that, and the terms severe and pervasive have been removed from the definition of bullying, bullying-related, and sexual harassment in the Florida Administrative Code, Rule 6A-1.0017.
Any questions on bullying and harassment? Ms. Berenborg.
On page 2 of 6 of that, of that one. I'm just curious about the social exclusion. Have you gotten directive from the DOE on how you go about handling that?
I have not,
I can see where that one can get really gray.
but I will do my research to make sure that there are any provisions that we might have already on file.
Okay.
Anyone else on bullying and harassment? Okay, next one, Mr. Seymour.
Okay? The next is 5710, student and parent complaints. We post this, and parents do have the information on our website. So it's just letting parents know that they have the right to file complaints, making sure that our district is making them well aware of the process and what it takes for that complaint to be moved forward to the administrators.
All righty, go ahead.
Next is 5771, search and seizure, and this policy was just added a point of interest for law enforcement or anyone else that is searching any backpack, purse, book bag, making sure that they are discreet about it, not to bring embarrassment to the child.
All right, any questions on search and seizure? Okay, yes, go ahead, Ms.
I have one,
Berenberg.
because I used to do this, so I understand, and I'm not sure how it's changed, but technically, who holds, if you think a student has a weapon in their backpack, who holds that backpack walking down the hall? The student
No.
or the adult?
No. In recent, well, I wouldn't say recent cases, but in similar situations, any individual that is under the impression that a student is carrying a weapon, they immediately confiscate the backpack, walk the student down. Law enforcement is informed, and the administrator in charge is also informed if they are not at the scene.
Okay, I just want people aware of that, because we want to make sure kids are safe and secure, and if there's a threat, and you don't know if it's in there or not, you have the right to get the backpack and hold it.
Yes, there was an instance where it was followed to the T.
Can you, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Can
Mrs.
you
Aria?
repeat that again? What was the process? A student
Oh.
is removed from the classroom, and then what?
Well, I didn't say classroom.
Oh. So if if there's concern that a student may have a weapon on them,
Yes.
an administrator goes to the classroom,
No.
the question was who holds the book bag?
I didn't mention classroom at all.
Oh, no, I'm saying,
Okay.
in that particular scenario, what happens?
Okay, even when, back when I was principal, if the backpack and we have an idea that there might be a weapon, we approach the student cautiously. We take the backpack and walk the student out quietly.
You take the backpack and walk the student out quietly.
If I were
Is-
principal at the time, but that's what our district does. So if there's a student, the student should not, most likely not have the backpack
But where's
on
the
them.
SRO in all of this?
Well,
They
law
should be
enforcement
there.
is informed and advised. They're with us most times we go in the classrooms. So we don't do search and seizures without them whenever there is consideration for, a student having a weapon. But in the event that law enforcement does not get there in time, an administrator is responsible, so they should act accordingly. In the event that, prevent any action that they think might occur prior to a law enforcement officer
So
getting
your
to it.
recommendation is, what I'm hearing is that it's up to the administrator to hold the book bag, out on their way to the office, or SRO, if an SRO is present, let the SRO hold the book bag?
If the SRO is present, right, they should hold the backpack at that point.
So it's so interesting, because I recently saw a video from, I think, last year, that was taken of a student who was reported to have a gun, and that student was requested to leave by an administrator. School administrator went into the classroom. It was handled very, cordially, and, hey, there's been a concern in the hallway, there's been a concern, we just need to talk to you and see if there is anything that's on you. Student held the book bag the whole time. There was this SRO that was there, followed along behind the student and the administrator. They went into the administrator's office. Student said, of course, check my book bag. Turned out that the student did have a weapon on her person, not in the bag.
Okay.
So it's interesting that you're saying this because I'm wondering if there's a set procedure that would be done all the time.
Yes. I don't think it's written, but the process is that we notify law enforcement. Law enforcement comes to the classroom with us. The situation is monitored, and they normally give us advice as to how we should respond. But in the cases that I'm aware of, the law enforcement officer will confiscate the backpack and walk the student out. Administrator would observe.
Interesting.
That's what I would do and what I've done as a principal.
That is why I asked the question I asked, because I did see the video.
All right, any other questions? All right, go ahead, Mr. Seymour.
Okay, the next is 7421, which is new, and that's from House Bill 1521. That created the Safety in Private Spaces Act. The act includes numerous requirements related to restrooms and changing facilities in K-12 and post-secondary schools. So I think that was the one where you were saying that the definitions.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it.
Well, but I still think that going back to that original one, I still think that in that particular situation, because we're dealing with the ethics policy, I think that, I know that Dr. Shafty mentioned moving forward, just saying, please refer to policy so-and-so in other policies when you're referring to those policies. But in this particular situation regarding ethics, since it is an ethical issue, I think that in that particular situation, there should be an exception where the definition is included, the clear definition is included in the ethics one, in the 3 of the ethics. But I did see that one, yes.
Okay.
7421.
Okay.
Can we add that to that definition to the ethics one? Okay.
Could you repeat what that I want to be specifically
The
clear on
definition of
this.
sex.
It's on page 1 of 2 on that
Yes.
policy.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Next is Policy 8405, School Safety and Security. This policy has been revised to reflect the statutory changes in House Bill 543 to change the term threat assessment teams to threat management teams. So that's what we have done for our district.
All right, any questions there? It's pretty clear. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the next is (9160) public attendance at school events. This policy simply states that, parents are to, or visitors are to abide by the rules and regulations, or criminal prosecution could be rendered. So that's simple policy.
Yep. Thank you. And I think your last one.
And the last one is 5782, parent guardian notification and permission. This primarily states that the parents should be notified and give consent in the event that there's an activity where a student will leave county or move about the district. So they should be advised and have given consent.
All righty. I think we go, any questions then for Mr. Seymour before we move on?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Seymour, I want to go back to 9160. Interference with a sports or entertainment event. It's the last paragraph. It states, no person may intentionally touch or strike a covered participant during a covered event against the will of the covered participant. Who is the covered participant? Now, we see the definition of covered event, but I don't see, oh, there it is, hold on, maybe
Yes.
that's why. Covered participant means an umpire,
Right.
official, crew member, player, coach, manager, groundskeeper. Okay.
Yeah, mostly to protect the officials, so they have been attacked
Yep.
in instances, but
restricted
not in
area.
Indian River County.
Okay, I see it.
That I
Thank
know
you.
of. That's it.
Mr.
Yes, the
Fagan.
exciting world of finance and technology policy changes, yes. We're going to be coming off the PDF that says no, volume 24, July. So my first four are regarding purchasing, and let me get there real quick like. So 63, 20, 22, 25, and 40, we basically went in and modified the policy to say that the school board will not seek, request, or use any information regarding a vendor's preference as far as their social, political, or any other kind of interest that they have. We will not ask for that, and we will not use that in any of the bidding processes. That's in each one of these purchasing policies. We also added some bid protest policies to 6325, and that's pretty much with all those regarding purchasing. Any questions?
Nope, I remember those.
Correct?
Thank you, go ahead.
All right, 8330 records. This is where we modified bringing in if a parent wishes to have their child referred to as other name than their legal name, they must first fill out an electronic hard copy with parental consent form to put that as part of their permanent record. Permanent records also have to be responded to within 5 days versus 3 days, and that was pretty much it for 8330. Any questions?
Yes, Ms. Berenborg.
So how are we handling, like, a parent wants their, is okay with their child being called by their nickname? How are we handling that right now?
So through the chair, we follow the process. There's a form you go online and you fill out through Focus, which allows them to identify the name of change. It is then reviewed at the school site for approval, meaning that we are in receipt of it. Then it logs itself into Focus, so all impacted staff, teachers, coaches can look up and see the appropriate name
Okay.
based on the permission of the parent.
Okay, so I know many times when you're calling roll that first day of school and a child gets their given name, I have a child that has that problem, doesn't like their given name and wants to be called by a nickname, would the parent be able to do that before the first day of school so that child is called by the name that they want to be called and the parent is okay with it?
It's a live form in Focus, so yes, they can do it
Okay.
today if they want. They can do it over the summer, so the answer to the question is yes.
Okay.
How many of those forms have been sent to us?
The last time that I checked, it was just over 600, but I can get the total number. That was probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. I can get an updated number and notify the board.
Thank you.
The-
Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on the nickname topic. So the rule that was created was written to address records, record keeping, official records. So on an official record, and that's where it is now, student records, on an official record, the rule states whether the child's name, if the child's name will deviate from their legal name, then the parent has to give permission for that deviated legal name or deviated name to be allowed on an official record, right? A record, a social worker referral, a guidance counselor form, a school report card, a letter home, that's a record. But what it doesn't indicate is what a child can be called in the hallway. And what we have done, and we're not the only ones, there are districts everywhere who have given a permission slip to parents and said, whatever you want your child to be called, if there is a nickname, you have to give permission for it, which quite frankly, I think just abuses the law. Now, I know legal will tell you, and so will the Florida Department of Education, lawyer will tell you that their interpretation of that is that if we don't, and I get it to a certain extent, if we don't allow this permission, that we would possibly be violating parents' rights, but I think that to a certain point, there has to be common sense. So I've been known as Jackie my entire life. My entire life. Jacqueline and Jackie. Jackie is an extension of Jacqueline. I mean, that's just common sense, right? Tom is an extension of Thomas. David, right? Dave could be an extension of Dave. That's not a deviated name. A deviation is a completely different name altogether. Different name. Dave no longer wants to be called Dave. He now wants to be called Juan Carlos. Completely deviated. No, it's completely different name. On a legal record, because that's what the rule says, the rule is about legal record keeping. On a legal record, that's where a parent should say, these are the names that have deviated from my child's legal name, and therefore I give permission for this. But what happens in the hallway, and how you call a child, hey Jackie, hey Tim, hey Tom, hey Charlie versus Charles, that's not captured in the statute. That's not captured in the law. Now, I know the interpretation of it is going to come very soon, because I know that our attorney is itching to get the mic, and I know what you're going to say.
Leaning in.
But I'm still going to hold to my opinion on this, and it's not a personal opinion, it's just the black and white written language that is there. The written language in the rule is only about a record-keeping policy, not how you call someone by their name. So I know that there have been conversations where the DOE attorney and some people might actually change this, take another look at it and change it for next year in their policy making, because they do understand. I believe that even the chancellor said, Manny, not chancellor,
Secretary.
Mr. Burns.
Commissioner.
no, the chancellor actually, not the commissioner. The
Burns.
chancellor actually, who?
Paul Burns?
No, Manny Diaz.
He's
The
the commissioner.
Commissioner, I got both of them confused. So even the commissioner, I think, at some point said, you mean my parent would have to ask, give permission to call me Manny, because that's what he's known by. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I just think that, to a certain extent, what I'm finding with law is that we lean on interpretation and not the intent of it. And I see that that's an issue clearly, but if we were to go by the written black and white word, this rule would only refer to those things that are formal records, not what you call a kid on a playground.
Yes, thank you, Sid, for being
I'll be
recognized.
quick, and I don't know when I started actually asking to be called Sid. Only my family and people who don't know me call me Sidney.
Can't.
My grandmother would call me Cecil. She'd forget it.
She'd have to give permission.
Exactly. But on this, because this is one of my 3 public school clients, I talk, and my staff as well with DOE. Christian Emerson is the person at DOE who actually processes rules. He is the maven. And to some extent, I think you're correct, because people under the adoption of 6A1.0995 sub 8 sub M, it's in the record section, but part of the problem is, as we have been amending pre-existing rules, we've been plugging subsections in that may or may not have applied. And what Chris's position is, and he said it's informal, is the practical interpretation that DOE has at this point is, yes, it says only in the records, but that they believe if it's in the records, it practically is saying it must be used consistent with the records. When asked about nicknames or things of that nature, he said, we can't control what kids say in the hall whatsoever, and that a teacher might use, like if a kid is named Butch, hey Butch. But he said the conservative, until they clarify it, the conservative way to treat it is by having expansive alternative names. He apologized. He said that they really didn't have much of an administrative record when they adopted this, and that they are recognizing as they're implementing it the practical problem. And he said, unfortunately, until they clarify it, that just using whatever alternative names is probably the least bad option that they can use at this point.
Mr. Ansbacher, did they say why they even did this? Bottom line?
I didn't ask him that. I'm sorry. I simply asked him the practical question.
I know why.
That's as far as it went.
I know why.
Go ahead, Ms. Rosario.
Because the many schools, and I'm not indicating this school district, but many schools are and have been traditionally changing names or allowing the change of a student's name in the school building and not letting parents have the option to know. So a student wants to transition, gender ideology, right? Or a student wants to transition from one gender to another gender. In school, the student wants to be known as John and no longer Jane, but the parent doesn't know anything about it. Or maybe pronouns. This all really, because pronouns are within this statute as well. It's tied in here somewhere. So a student no longer wants to be called he or she, they want to be called they. And so just to eliminate the possibility of, violating a parent's right to know about their child's name choices or the school's name choices or the pronouns, they have added this provision in there. Again, it's not the provision, because on a legal document, you should indicate what the child's nickname is and what the child's legal name is. But the crossover is now the interpretation of what you call a kid on a playground. That's totally different. And so what's happening, and I appreciate you explaining that, because it helps me feel better about what I've thought all along, is it's just a gross, it's overkill, right? Where there has to come a point where we just say, come on now. I mean, we've got to be able to just say that's just ridiculous. But I'm glad that there is conversation about this and that they realize that the practicality of this rule it's not wrong, but the implication of how it's actually used in the school district is very different than what the law says.
And just a comment, Dr. Moore, obviously we have students who are transitioning in our high schools, and I'm not talking about pronouns, but if a parent gives permission for that name to the teacher.
They fill out the form and everyone is notified, and that's the name that is.
Thank you very much. All righty, next one.
Next group are 5 policies regarding wireless communications, website content, student technology, and safety. Basically, number 1 items is anything regarding TikTok is prohibited, or any platform after TikTok. Anything that is determined by DMS that is prohibited can't have access to any of our devices. If it is, it has to be able to be removed remotely. 2, if we do find out about it and we need to get it off within 15 days. Also, that's probably the bulk of those items. Yes, that's the bulk of those technology items.
All
I
right.
also have one additional one regarding vendor relations. Basically, it indicates that school board officials or school board or administrators cannot take the benefit of any contract that we have with a vendor. You cannot get that same price. And homeless students, we updated the homeless student policy to determine the true definition, added in a survey in order to identify students who might need services, and have a requirement to do an annual report at the end of the year.
Questions? Yes.
So I don't have a question about the policies. I have a statement that I actually want to say. This is pretty interesting. So I saw on social media somewhere a parent actually post a question, which is the complete opposite of where we've been heading, right? All this time, even last year, we've changed our student code of conduct and our policies to limit the use of cell phones in classrooms, right? Because it's a distraction and it takes kids away from what they're really doing. And then here a parent, and we kind of streamlined our consequences, right? We went from 4 to 3, I think, 4 infractions to 3. Anyway, so a parent actually posts online that they were now upset because we're too strict. Don't you think it's too strict? And I just think that my child should, so it's working. Whatever it is, it's working. I've heard great things about, I'm glad that I was a part of that decision-making with streamlining and making sure that cell phones are not being used and abused in schools and in classrooms. And now we're having the complete opposite effect where some parents are like, lighten up.
Ms. Berenborg, thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I'm not hearing as many videos being posted out there. I'm sure there are still some, because I've seen a couple, but we're seeing less and less of that, so thank you. Somebody's cracking down, so I appreciate that. Although I did stand at one high school and notice as soon as kids come out of the classroom, boom, those phones come right out. And this is how they walk. You know, if you see society, that's how society walks now. You know, constantly looking at their phone. But that's a mirror society. I will say, question I have was, I know TikTok was specifically mentioned. Are there any other social media sites that we're saying, like Instagram or Snapchat, that we're looking at?
The statute says all social media platforms.
Okay, thank you. And then, where are we with YouTube?
We're on YouTube right now.
No, I know, but I'm saying with student devices.
On student devices or
Yes.
instructional devices, so
Yes.
we're making sure that we're adhering to this specific policy and then making sure that the instructional materials that students are exposed to are in fact ad-free. So there's training that we're doing to ensure teachers understand the appropriate process to use in order to access that specific content, while at the same time ensuring that they're aligned to the standards. So the reactionary change to adhering to state law and statute is significant. So we're kind of leading from the front because we're taking these policies and changes so quickly. So we're in a much better place than we were 6 months ago. And we just need to ensure everything that goes in front of a student is appropriate and is it aligned to state board rule.
Okay, so with that understood, because I teach online, and I used to be able to just pull up a YouTube video and show it. Now it has to be embedded in the program that I use, and there's a good reason for that, and that is because it removes all the ads. And so those ads are targeting kids, obviously, with whatever they want to target kids with. So do we have that ability to remove the ads?
Yes, we
Okay.
probably, it could be the same device that you're referencing, I'm not 100% sure, but there are a number of different pathways in order to ensure there isn't an ad popping up in that specific video. I think what pops up is more aligned to the search history of the individual's device versus the content that's being shown.
Sometimes, but now I'm learning it's whatever conversation is going on in the room can actually pop it up. Or whatever, sometimes I feel like the computer is mind reading. So it's quite interesting how social media is kind of getting around all this stuff, but I just want to make sure that we're protecting our kids from ads that we really don't want them to see.
Through the chair, also the technology department, through the use of the Chromebooks, has a special filtering that you can get onto YouTube, but you can't see but the students cannot see the ads. It blocks.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess my first question was, our firewalls are pretty good about our kids not getting where they don't need to go? 100%. Okay. And I think the cell phone thing is working, but both high schools are into suspension now. And hopefully, because they've gotten to that level in the code of conduct with cell phones, and some are quite a bit higher than they were last year, so hopefully this will curtail it, because I want to keep those kids in school. At the same time, following the rules, I understand that, but if we see higher suspension rates, that's because of that.
Well, and I'm okay with that if it makes.
I am too.
If it makes the
Changes it.
rule. Yeah, if it makes people
Changes it.
learn from the.
Changes
other
behavior,
states.
right.
Exactly.
Next item is, thank you, so we'll be able to quickly turn around your feedback. A lot of good conversations, actually, although it did take a long time. I'm happy we actually did it this way, because it did share a lot of information, which validates the volume of work the staff has done and the depth in which they can speak to the items in which they are responsible. Our next item is an update on our strategic plan and some shifts and modifications that are being made based on previous conversations with the board.
And Dr. Moore, thank you for this folder that you got to
And that
us.
was quick. Thank you, Ms. Holmes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Moore, and through the chair. Today, we are going to review over some of the recommended changes for the upcoming, the strategic plan for the upcoming year. As you all know, we have a 5-year district strategic plan. However, we do an annual update for revisions as well as to revise strategies. I would like to first direct yourself to page 4 of the strategic plan. There you'll see the guiding principles. One of the major changes that has been made in this strategic plan is to align language within the plan with state requirements. So you will see in our guiding principles, on the last guiding principle, we have provide high quality, rigorous, and accessible instruction for all students. So that was a minor tweak to that particular guiding principle. Then on page 6, in our focus areas, again, in alignment with state requirements and language, and also due to a great deal of feedback from board members regarding safety. So I know that during your legislative priorities discussion, safety was a major area of consensus with regard to placing that in legislative priorities, and it's often been a topic brought up by the board. So the area of the first, or the, thank you. Well, let me get to 6. There we go. You can see on the top left, our equity, culture, and climate, we have it as safety, culture, and climate. And so you'll see that we have moved a target from organizational and fiscal responsibility up into that area that has to do with safety. Then on page 7, highlighted, you will see some of the changes that we've made with regard to targets. The first change you'll see is in the focus area of academic success. The previous target that we had here had to do with kindergarten readiness. That was based upon a measurement of using the flickers. However, their flickers no longer is in existence, and we still wanted to maintain a focus on early learning. Therefore, we added 2 targets, one in the area of reading and one in the area of mathematics for students in grades K through 2 on the final assessment of each school year, so that we are tracking those targets within the early grades. The next change is, in addition to state rankings, we have added the percentage of students performing on or above grade level in the areas of mathematics, English language arts, science, and social studies. So this will not only show how we rank relative to other districts, but also over time, what percentage of students are on or above grade level. Then down in the area of safety, culture, and climate, you can see the FSAT compliance target has been moved to safety, culture, and climate as it aligns better now with that revision. Additionally, we have added a target, ensure that the percentage of students with 3 or more ODRs is less than or equal to 5%. We picked 3 or more because in behavioral science, 3 or more of the same thing constitutes a pattern. Therefore, those students, we're flagging them as possibly needing additional supports due to the repeated ODRs. The next one is increasing the percentage of SS subgroups that show annual improvements in the percentage of students performing at or above grade level. And so currently within our district, we have 8 SS subgroups. ESSA is the Every Student Succeed Act. We look at how those subgroups are performing on our spring state assessments. So this captures, if you recall in our previous versions of this plan, we broke it out by all the various subgroups in English language arts and mathematics. However, what we are going to do is we're going to look at it more holistically and say, are we making progress with each of these subgroups year after year? Those subgroups include students who are economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, students who are English language learners, white students, black students, Hispanic students, Asian students, and multiracial students. There are 2 other subgroups that could qualify, a district could measure for ESSA. However, we do not have a sufficient number of students in those subgroups for it to count as an ESSA subgroup for us. Then if you look in talent development and support, we wanted to be really intentional in this plan about recognizing and celebrating our staff members. As you know, being an educator is not an easy thing, and we thought it important to really make an intentional effort to showcase those things that individuals are doing very well. Any questions about those?
Are you going to keep going through the rest?
I
or-
wanted to pause point so that nobody lost their thoughts.
Okay.
Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
One of the things that I noticed is in the first bullet point, it says reading and math in grades K through 2 to 59 and 53 respectively. Which is which?
So for in reading, that would be 59%.
Can we say that? Can you say reading 59% and then math 53%?
Okay, instead of respectively? Just take that out and then,
Well, yeah, just be specific.
Okay.
Like, we're increasing reading to 59% and math to 53%.
okay.
Excuse me. Point of order on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, yes.
Respectively does mean that the first number correlates to the first word and the second number correlates to the second word. That's what that means when
I
you
know
put
what it
respectively at the end.
Yeah, I know what it means,
Well,
but
then
we're
it's
also,
fine.
but we're also, this document is not just for us. This document is for public consumption. The average person, they don't even know the acronyms. We don't even have a definition page here for the acronyms. Who knows ODR? If we're talking about parents, average parents, they don't understand this language. We need to be simple enough so that the average person picking it up can read it and understand it, not just directed at us.
Can I?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
She brings up a good point about ODR. Are we using acronym definitions in the back?
So you'll see in the rest of the plan, office discipline referrals is spelled out. This was probably more of a formatting issue here, so we can
Okay.
see if we can squeeze office discipline
I got it.
referrals. So that is good feedback, though.
Okay.
Thank you.
I had some more on
Yes,
this
ma'am,
page.
go ahead.
I would actually, that was one of the things that I was going to recommend. Here on the bottom, there is a little box. You can put the acronyms on the bottom of each page accordingly, so as they're reading, they can just see the acronym down there. But one of the things that I had a question of, so I appreciate the change on that. One of the things I had a question on also is the first bullet in the safety, culture, and climate. It says achieve 100% compliance on the FSAT. Oh, we've done that already for I don't know how many years in a row. Can we, instead of achieve, because we're already there, can you just say maintain?
Sure.
I mean, this is a given. This is like, it almost doesn't even need to be on the plan because we just have been. At what point do we say we've been there, met that, it no longer is a target?
I think that's a good point when thinking through and processing through this and saying whether we need to keep it in or not. I think because we do have safety as such a priority for our district, I think the inclusion of it, number one, communicates out to all of our stakeholders that we take safety seriously and that we are not going to take our eye off the goal with regard to safety and that it maintains, it's at the forefront of everything we do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I get
I
it, that's
like
fine. I think maintain would be better
Okay.
there.
I'm sorry, you still have something?
Yes, I
Okay.
do. I have a concern with the ODRs, right, office discipline referrals. Every year, we look at ODRs, and we look for a particular percentage of overall less ODRs, right, referrals that have been written on students. But I still come back to the same thing that I say all the time. I don't know how many times a year, is that looking at office referrals does not target the behavior. You're just looking at a number, an arbitrary number, and you're just overall looking to reduce the number of referrals. But it doesn't change how many students are cutting, throwing paper, bullying. It doesn't change any behavior in cell phone usage or, disrespect or insubordination. What I think we should be looking at instead is specific, if we're going to be data-based, right, decision-making, we should be looking at specific data. And if we're looking at targets for this particular year, we should be looking at the highest behavior from last year. So what was that? What is the data from last year that was our top 3, for example?
Probably disrespect.
Okay.
So it's a very large category of behaviors that can constitute a lot of different things. I will tell you that as we problem solved through this particular indicator, we did look at things like fighting major, vaping, as well as major campus disruption, because those particular office discipline referrals really pose a safety threat to school campuses. However, what we found is the percentage of students that actually have 3 or more of those in our schools is less than 1%. So we were not measuring very much. The rationale for keeping the 3 or more, so decreasing 0.25% of students, it's really, a small handful of students. However, when we look at 3 or more ODRs, what it does is it alerts the schools that if you have students with 3 or more ODRs, those students need to be referred for additional supports. And then they take the behaviors that they're seeing and their teams are problem solving and providing the interventions. So since this is a systems level plan, we're really looking at the systems level data. However, schools are charged with looking at the school level data in order to tailor those interventions for the students so they have a smaller percentage of students with these. We are at 9% of students right now with 3 or more ODRs. If we are doing interventions correctly, we can decrease that percentage of students with 3 or more ODRs because we're addressing the students that are showing patterns of behavioral difficulties.
I get all of that. I understand all of that. The rationale makes sense. But I still come back to, as a district, in our strategic plan, and specifically looking at Dr. Moore's end-year evaluation next year, what has he accomplished, right? Where has the district gone in terms of lessening the behavior? I don't want to look at an arbitrary number. I don't want to look at overall ODRs went down in the percentage. I want to look at behavior. I want to look at what has changed specifically in a particular misbehavior, I should say. So phones, for example. Phones were an issue last year. We addressed it. We were able to address it. We could see that it was an issue. We fixed it. We fixed our policy. We changed our code of conduct. Our expectations changed. Everything there changed. See, we could do that if we were to look at behaviors again with our strategic plans so that we can actually say, okay, if the behavior is, I'm just saying cutting because that's just, if the behavior is so many students are cutting, then we can actually look at the strategy to address that and make sure that the superintendent is looking into those. I get both points. Maybe we could look at both, right? Overall and specific. Either way, I just don't see any benefit of looking at overall ODRs from my perspective as a school board member.
Couple comments. I really think we should keep 100% achieved on the safety issue because that is a board priority. And we all know in order for students to learn, we need to have a safe learning environment. And as far as the ODRs, I know the principals take a look at this very, very, very carefully. And we used to look at it on a quarterly basis. So we were saying, okay, what is changing, what isn't changing? And as Dr. Jacobs said, when they would hit that 3rd office referral, are we doing the support we need to do? Have the parents been called? Are we looking at all the strategies we could use in the classroom? So I think it's very, very important that we keep that, but we also look at it at a school level. In the meantime, seeing what are our big areas, and we've talked about that. You know, last year, Ms. Berenborg brought up about vaping, huge issue. We talked about cell phones. So I think it's important that we look at that as a district, but also look at the schools, because the one that's probably checked the most is disrespect or inappropriate behavior. And when I was looking at those a while ago, that would be the one thing. So I know at that time, that's when you bring in your people at your school and say, okay, this isn't working for this child, what do we do next? So I think it's important that we keep those stats, but always look to see what can we do to change the behavior. And that at a school is a little bit more manageable, for me anyway.
Can I follow up with that?
Sure.
We're saying the exact same thing. You said exactly the same thing that I just said. I mean, we're on the same page with that. So looking at both, right? I'm okay with looking at both. If we were to look at both, what are those both? And I want to just mention with regard to disrespect, even if that's the highest thing on the list of ODRs, or the top 3, well, let's look at it, right? Let's figure out why there's disrespect. Where is it coming from? Is it in the classroom? Is it in the hallway? Is it with administrators? Is it with a particular set of students? Is it with a particular, subset? Where is it? Is it on the playground? Is it in, there's so many different ways of looking at that. Is it disrespect with staff, disrespect with other students? Let's look at that. That could be a culture thing that we need to address. And if it is student culture, then let's relook at student culture.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, Ms. Berenborg?
The disrespect part, that was like the number one thing that hit me when I was a principal of the school I took over. F school out of control, disrespect, there was no respect. So to get control of that, I'm going to say it again from the rooftops, Kids at Hope. I'm going to tell you, I had 2 other people come to me this past week and said, remember when you did Kids at Hope down there? What a change that was. And they've had a couple other people down there in St. Lucie going, why aren't we doing that here? And it's not a program, it's not an additional thing, it's a way of talking to kids and about kids. It's not going into the teacher's lounge and talking about Johnny that drives you nuts. It's, instead of Johnny being bossy, it's Johnny has a lot of leadership skills. Let's see if we can develop those. So it's that mantra and that change. And I'm going to tell you, Dr. Moore, I have not heard that we're doing Kids at Hope training anymore. And it's frustrating me. I keep saying it every year, and I'm going to continue to say it. It changed the culture of the school that I was at. I've seen it change in culture a lot in really, really rough areas. And if it can work there, and it's about kids understanding that they're being respected, and so they respect adults. And gosh, maybe we should try it at school board meetings. Maybe that would help.
Go ahead, Dr. Moore.
So, you need to address the children. You lead with behaviors of children. And you want a system that has the ability to address the needs of each individual child. So when we're looking at this specific plan, what is the most efficient and effective way to look at the overall behaviors of children? And then how do you ensure that we're continuing to be nimble enough not to do one thing or look at one specific behavior, but look at the true needs of every individual child? So when we're looking at a number that's already at 9% and being aggressive to get it under 5%, ensures that we are looking at the individual cultures and realities at each individual school and not focusing in on one specific behavior, but specifically focusing in on the needs of the children. When you look at our schools as a whole, where we were 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and where we are today is night and day. And that's just not an opinion, that's just a straight, absolute fact. Is there work still to do? Absolutely. This is probably one of the most aggressive measures that forces the conversation around the specific needs of each individual child and ensures that the principals are problem solving around what is the primary issue at my school, to be nimble enough to create an environment where I'm addressing the needs of all children. So culture is, you know, the driving force, everything that we do in the school is grounded in culture. So that is the work that we're doing, and we're being extremely aggressive in saying, what's the most impactful way to ensure that we're addressing any behavior that's being displayed by a child, and then helping that child understand what is inappropriate with that behavior, and then empower them with the skills and the understanding to create behaviors that ultimately can be displayed in replace of that negative behavior. So it's complex, hard work, but it's not work where you isolate one specific behavior. It's focusing in on the behaviors that are being displayed by all children.
And I agree. I was principal of 3 schools, and each culture was different. And so you look at the whole picture and see where you need to go with that. And obviously, it has an impact because of our testing last year, and we could see where we're improving. So, you know, those test scores will improve when you have that culture at the school. And everybody feels like they belong, and they know where to go if there's an issue. Ms. Berenborg.
You hit the nail right on the head. It's about culture of the school. If a child doesn't feel like they're part of that culture, though, they act out. And that's one thing. I agree with you that it's about correcting children's behavior or showing them the right way to behave, teaching them. That's what we're in the business to do. But I also think you got to give the teachers the tools to do it. And that's the one thing I'm hearing over and over again, that teachers don't feel like they have those tools. And I think, I'm telling you, please look into it, because it's not another thing to add. It's just a way to have people be trained in how to speak to children and when to speak to them and how to get them involved in being part of the culture. And when a child feels included, they don't feel excluded, they don't feel bullied, they don't start doing crazy things. I think that's the part that we need to really look at, is why are we rejecting things like that when we could be bringing something in that really does bring that culture together? Now, does every school have that problem? No. However, there are schools that need something like that where they can bring that culture together. And it's about all kids wanting to belong. I hear the same thing with staffs. I hear a staff. I hear teachers at some schools feel like they're part of the culture and they're part of the team. And I hear others say, well, I'm not in the in group or the in circle. We've all heard that, right? But I'm hearing it more and more in our schools. And I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to be stopped at Publix and hear about the inner circle at a school again.
We had, when I was doing consulting with principals, we had Hope at Alternative School a few years ago. Anybody remember that? Kids of Hope. In Dodgertown, wasn't that one also? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I know we've had it, but I don't think it's been in recent years. Any other board member comments? All righty. Go ahead, Dr. Moore. Oh. Sorry.
All right, moving on to page 9. So you'll see that the target changes that I have shared with you are reflected here in the annual targets. Additionally, you will see down in the strategy that some of the strategies have been tweaked in the area of STEAM initiatives, as well as ensuring that we are implementing processes for data-driven scheduling for accelerated courses. We do have a dashboard that is super easy for our secondary schools to use to identify which students have already earned accelerated coursework and which students still need to. So we have an easy way to monitor how we are doing with that as well. On page 11, you'll see that those targets, again, have been added to reflect the changes in the targets. You will also see that those strategies have been added or tweaked as well. A lot of these strategies were in place, but really where we are with our strategic plan at this point is we've established a lot of processes for instructional supports, and we are really working on enhancing and optimizing those processes for supports to maintain our effectiveness with those, as well as sustainability. If you look on page 13, you will see that we have added an additional support for our school sites. So communication is very important between school and home. However, sometimes it makes it a lot easier when we have ready-made resources to be able to efficiently and effectively communicate. So our communications department has added communication toolkits for our schools to connect with parents around different areas. And so those are shared with schools in a team site so that they can use those resources as needed. Page 15. We have information about, or the strategies that have been tweaked there about differentiated instruction and professional learning. And so what you'll see this year is the Office of C&I has really worked on aligning their professional learning for principals, assistant principals, and instructional coaches so that they're all receiving information within the same week so they can immediately go back to their schools and implement the learning that they have. Also, again, increasing our capacity for those instructional feedback cycles. So we have traveled quite some way from the beginning when Dr. Moore first got here and we were implementing those instructional feedback cycles. We also have worked on calibrating the feedback that we give, the observations that we do. And so now we're in a stage of optimizing our feedback to schools, as well as working alongside schools and developing action steps for continuous improvement. And then you see that added strategy for enhanced systemic structures for recognizing and celebrating staffs. Some of you may have seen one example was that we souped Dodgertown. So a team went over to Dodgertown when they weren't there, decorated, gave them encouragement. We also had a donation of school supplies that we were able to give them at the beginning of the year so that the teachers were able to provide those to students. And so that is one of the initiatives that we're doing to recognize staff and celebrate staff. Then page 17. You will see that we have joined the staff allocation model as well as master scheduling process. So we've had this staff allocation model in place for 3 years. That has really helped to support our fiscal responsibility with regard to allocating human resources to our schools. In addition, we added another layer in which we have master schedule reviews and are working in an intentional and strategic way with our schools to ensure that students are scheduled in the right courses with the right teachers, with the right sizes. Then we have our strategies, process and strategies to support staff compliance with district material and financial procedural safeguards. And so this is really talks about technical support to ensure compliance with those processes. And then finally, previously we had more of a strategy of monitoring our physical plant violations for correction. However, in talking with the individuals that oversee this area of work, I asked them, I said, how were you able to achieve your target at such a high level this past year? And they said they've really been implementing processes to provide the technical guidance and support and training to the individuals to ensure that our physical plant violations are corrected in a timely manner. Any questions about that? Yes.
Ms. Rosario?
5.3. I'm not sure if there needs to be a wording change, or maybe I'm reading it wrong. Midway through, it says, master scheduling process to optimize the distribution of human and ensure alignment.
Sure enough, there's a word missing there. Thank you.
What is it supposed to be?
Human capital.
Okay. Optimize the distribution of human capital.
Yes.
Do
Or
we
human resources.
Yeah, yeah, that's better. We don't distribute
Resources.
people.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right, so those are the presented changes. As you know, we're still waiting on some data. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I
Go
thought
ahead,
you were
Mrs.
still going to
Aria.
go, but I have some
Sure,
other
go ahead.
questions. Okay, let me come back. Page 12, there weren't any changes here on page 12 with regard to the African American Achievement Plan. But something that we had in a previous plan, and I don't have it here in front of me, was a description that the African American Achievement Plan was part of the desegregation order or was a result of, because it wasn't originally a part of our strategic plan.
Right, correct.
It was added in after. But I don't see that here in this version of the strategic plan. So can we add that somewhere? There used to be a one page or a blurb or something in the beginning that described the African American Achievement Plan and I guess its intent or its purpose within the strategic plan. The other thing is you said here on the same page, decrease the gap in percentage. Sorry, that's the first one. Well, yeah, no, that's the first one, sorry. The second one, decrease African American to white disparities in classroom removals by 0.31 risk ratio points. What is that? What is 0.31?
So risk ratios, a risk ratio of 1 means that white students are removed out of classrooms for disciplinary reasons at the same rate as African American students. The higher that risk ratio gets, the way you would interpret it, for example, if the risk ratio for African American students is 3, that means they're 3 times more likely to be removed out of the classroom than white students. So 0.31 would get us down to a risk ratio of 2. Our outcome this past year was 2.31, meaning African American students were more likely to be removed out of the classroom, meaning OSS, out of school suspension, or ISS, in school suspension, than white students. This particular target is included because in the joint plan related to the desegregation order, there is section 6, I believe it is, Dr. Shafty can correct me, that it refers to disparities in discipline.
So that's what I mean about connecting the two together. Anyone reading this would say it's race baiting.
Okay.
Without understanding the history, all you're looking at is black and white students. What happened to all the other students? What about your Hispanic students, your Asian students? We don't have a district of just black and white. And then what happens with your mixed students? Your mixed students who are half black, half Spanish. Where do they fit in this? Are they African American? No, they're both. They're 50-50. Or what happens with anybody? So we're not looking at the full picture here, and looking at just this information alone is targeting one race against another. Now, I'm not saying that that's what we are intentionally doing, but again, just looking at this point blank with no background information, we don't have that information, right? It's not provided.
And I think we certainly can provide context. I think in the past, because there was so much discussion about the integration of the two plans, that it was more clear maybe to people that were reading this, but I do see how providing context would be helpful to people that are reviewing this.
And what is the goal of the risk ratio? I mean,
Well,
for the
it's
deseg
to have an equal number
Sure.
of one. And it's a point well taken to provide clarification, because if you looked at any other district's strategic plan, unless it's one of the other 4 districts that's still under a federal court order pursuing unitary status, it may not have any references to, well, there is no other county that has an African American achievement plan. But the intent of aligning it 3 years ago was to ensure, A, it was being monitored. And I don't know how else to say it, it wasn't being monitored three years ago. The level of awareness around implementing those specific strategies were not present. The alignment ensures that we're not duplicating or doing things in addition to. So embedding it in part of the strategic plan For people who are very familiar with Indian River County, yeah, they get it, but anyone from the outside or maybe new may question, why is this one specific thing, which may lead to things that Ms. Rosario just stated.
Yeah, I think Dr. Jones's point is exactly my point. Like, what's the goal? The language that we have here with regard to the .31 risk ratio, it's just not understandable to the average person. Just, what is the goal? Just say, lessen it by one, or 1 to 1, whatever it is. Like, that goal should just be easy to understand and easy to articulate. How it's worded, I mean. The language simplicity matters.
Sure, and I think, when you look at Target 2025, it is written that way, and the way risk ratios work, to be able to, when we're at 2.31 risk ratio now, to be able to decrease it by 1 point at this point in time is not a goal that is likely going to occur in 1 year. And so we have it, if we look at Target 2025, our target is, our target for 2024 is 2.0. So because we are at 2.31, I wish it would be nice and clean and, we're decreasing by 1 every single time, but it doesn't work that way when we have that small of numbers. And then our target 2025 is 1.0.
And I believe 3 years ago it was 4 point something.
Yeah, it was over
We were much higher than that in previous
When
years.
I first started on the board, it's 4 point something.
It was.
So my other follow-up is, so this is the goal, right? This is the target. Well, how do you plan to do that? How do you plan to reduce the disparity between black and white students?
So I think in the same way we would reduce any other behavior, so we identify students in general that have 3 or more ODRs that need additional support. So to ensure that we are consistently, when we see students with needs, addressing those needs and providing the proper supports. I can tell you that over time, that's how we've decreased the risk ratio, is to really provide meaningful behavioral support. So if a student needs a Tier 2 behavior plan, we provide access to that. If they need a functional behavior assessment or a behavior intervention plan, we provide access. And what we want to do is be really consistent with all students in making sure we're providing those supports for all students.
And in quality instruction as well.
Correct. Good point.
But I'm still not hearing, that's what we would do with anyone. So that's not specific to the disparity between black and white students in discipline.
So in my
So
experience.
we would do that with everybody.
Sure, well, and I can say several years ago, because I was heavily immersed in the work, our risk ratio was so high that we were sanctioned. And the consistency of our systems and processes to provide support weren't in place like they are now. And so you have seen a concurrent decrease in the risk ratio as we ensure that we are using data to provide the supports and not just feelings to provide supports.
And it is addressing the needs of all children, addressing the academic deficiency, addressing the behavioral deficiency, maximizing parental involvement, but doing it in a comprehensive, full-scale approach. And as a result of doing that, you'll see a reduction in this risk ratio, as it's already been documented.
So are we going to see the disparities between the other subgroups as well?
So I can speak to the other disparities. With regard to other subgroups, traditionally, we have some subgroups that actually have what we call a protective factor. So their risk ratio is less than 1. But, we would have to pull the specific data, but really the area where we have had the ongoing disparity is in this particular area.
Okay, we'll move on from that. The other thing that I have a question on is on page 19.
Mr. Zara, could I, Dr. Posk had a
I'm
comment on
sorry.
that one.
I
No, it's all right.
apologize.
One thing I think is important to consider is, you have a much better intervention program, like you're saying, with resources to these kids, and there's a significant lag. So you have a good program, you're getting to kids sooner. You're going to see the fruits of your labors over years. So You don't really need to necessarily change something every year. You will start to see the effects as kids, you've gotten to them earlier and they have
Yep.
better behavior later.
Absolutely, and when we gain traction with that.
Yeah.
So it's, you put those systems and processes in place, the programs, and you learn over time how to enhance those programs and ensure kids are getting what they need. So yes, this is systems change, so it doesn't
Yeah.
happen in 1 year.
Absolutely.
And just one more point before Ms. Rosario goes on, and I think, looking back when I was a dean or assistant principal that did discipline most of the day, it was just that contact with parents, and sometimes parents would come in and be a little upset, but if we had the same goal, we don't want to do this, we don't want to suspend, what can we do to make it better? That really was effective, making the calls home and meeting with them. Ms. Rosario.
Okay, so page 19. So I noticed that some language has changed within the strategic plan overall. Some language has been removed. But what I question though is in the focus area, academic success, ensure high quality, standards-based, inclusive instruction for all students. I think we don't need it, inclusive. What is inclusive? The assumption is that we are not inclusive if we include inclusive as a focus area. So we are focused on this area. And inclusive essentially is including or covering all services or allowing the accommodations for all races or all genders or all abilities. We are already doing that. We do that. That is what we do. So I don't believe that we need inclusive. If we were to just remove that, it makes perfect sense all on its own without having any language that assumes that we're not doing that. So for example, ensure high quality standards-based instruction for all students. Beautiful, simple. The next one, safety, culture, and climate. Cultivate safe, respectful, and supportive school environments, period. Like, we don't need the extra language.
So I can share it, unless you want to.
Oh, I disagree with that. I just like the 100% with the safety. I think that's a very, very important word. And yes, I know we do it, but I think we need to emphasize it.
So, Chair, I think if you go back and you look at our specific outcomes, and one comes drastically to mind, Algebra 1 for 8th graders, we were 47 in this state.
Yep.
And now pending the final results, will be number 1, 2, or 3.
Wow.
The outcome, the strategy for that was being inclusive, ensuring every student who had this score was provided the opportunity. Every student who has a deficiency in a classroom is provided the intervention. Being inclusive of all children has really been our driving force to improve academic outcomes for all children. So we've made significant progress. We need to continue to keep our eyes on that specific measure over time. The reality is, once it's something that could be sustained as other strategies, it can fall out. But I would not feel comfortable removing it at this point.
Ms. Berenborg.
Thank you for including inclusive. As I pointed out a couple of weeks ago, that's one thing that our school district doesn't do enough of, is be inclusive of all children. We might be looking at just African American, as Ms. Rosario just pointed out, where are these other kids included? So I like the fact that we're putting in safety inclusive language throughout. I think it's getting us more in line with where we need to be, so that all children feel that they are capable of success, no exceptions, and that's the Kids at Hope mantra.
And the perfect example of that is unified sports. That takes it to the next level. And Vero Beach has some strong teams. I know Sebastian's working on some teams and bringing our students into the state level of FHSA where they can show off like they just did in bowling the other day. So that is what we're about. Thank you. All right. Are you finished, Dr. Jacobs?
I
think so. Thank you very much. I love, I said this when I look at the format. The format was very nice. The reading was very nice. The pictures that you included were very nice. And I know that's a lot of work, so thank you.
Yes,
Good picture
thank
of
you
me,
very
so
much.
No, really.
That concludes my agenda then.
Okay.
We're on to your board members.
All right, we go now to Ms. Rosario. Just a moment, make sure I get this right. Superintendent role and responsibilities, Ms. Rosario.
All right, let me get my. Let me get that. Okay, so there have been some conversations over the day-to-day operations of the superintendent and the role of the school board member. And so I have just been doing some reading, of course, with the statute and some of our policies. This has come to us before, where we have discussed this. And again, there's interpretation that I think is kind of like a general perspective on the role of the superintendent. And I would agree, as many of you would, that the superintendent serves as the general oversight for the day-to-day operations of the school district. We are responsible for policy procedure. He's responsible for executing those policies and procedures. But with regard specifically to procedure, there have been some questionable items that when and where are those procedures supposed to be the responsibility of the board? Or when do procedures come to the board for adoption? And so what has been discussed in many of our meetings before, over the years even, has been the role of, or essentially what does our policy say about it, and then what does the statute say about it? So I pulled that up. And I'll start with the statute 1001.49 with the general powers of the district school superintendent. So just overall, his responsibility is to advise and counsel and recommend to the school board policies and educational matters and any other recommendations that there would need to be. He would recommend policies, he would recommend and execute rules, he would recommend and execute minimum standards, and perform duties and exercises responsible that align with the law and the rule. So again, his recommendation asserts that there needs to be, final authority is the board's. He makes the recommendation, final authority is the board. On all of those items, by the way, the statute is clear. It says recommend, 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 recommend. With regard to, let me just make sure I don't repeat myself. With regard to statute 1001.51, it further explains, again, the duties and responsibilities of the superintendent. So the previous one was the general powers of the superintendent. This one is duties and responsibility of the superintendent. Very similar language. Duties and responsibilities. He is to exercise all powers and perform all duties listed below and elsewhere in law, provided that in so doing, he shall advise and counsel with the district school board. So his role, he doesn't work in a silo. He works with the board, making recommendations and allowing the board to then be the ultimate authority on whatever he is advising and counseling on. The district school superintendent shall perform all tasks necessary to make sound recommendations. Again, make recommendations, nominations, proposals, reports required by law to be acted upon by the district school board. Again, our authority. We take action on those items. He assists in on the organization of the school district board. He assists in the organization. He assists in the regular, in our meetings, right? Attend all regular meetings and the district school board, calling special meetings, emergencies when arise, and so on and so forth. He is responsible for the records, keeping minutes of all official actions and proceedings of the school board or any other records thereafter. He's responsible for school property. He acts for the district school board as custodian of the school property. With regard to school programs, he supervises the assembling of data and sponsors studies and surveys and so on and so forth with the planning and implementation of school programs. He establishes, organizes, and operates the schools, classes, and services, but with the caveat that he recommends the establishment, organization, and operation of the schools, classes, and services, leaving the board the final authority on those items. And so the more that I've been looking at this, the more I realize our current policy is not very clear on his role as superintendent and our role as school board. And I think we just need to just have those conversations. So I don't have anything that I'm recommending today other than to have this discussion. And I'm just going to, I'll share all of these with you after the board meeting so that you all can read all of these policies, all of these statutes on your own, and you can kind of come to your own conclusion. There is a policy that we do have on the development of administrative procedures. It is policy 1030.01. The development of the administrative procedures, I think this is really where, this is the linchpin in all of this. Because the school board delegates the superintendent the authority to determine whether administrative procedures will be needed, right? That's administrative procedures that are, that are needed to implement each of the policies adopted by the school board. So you have this connection between procedures that are connected to policy have to have final authority by the school board. It further goes in to say that all administrative procedures shall be consistent with adopted policies. Now that's tied to law. All administrative procedures shall be consistent with adopted policies and shall describe the manner in which those policies are to be implemented.
Take Rosie to the park. You hear me?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Rosario.
So, and then it further states that the superintendent may also issue administrative and student handbooks. So any administrative handbooks, any handbooks and student handbooks essentially, as may be necessary for the effective administration of the schools, and distribute them, and that's fine, but everything else that is tied to policy or statute, any procedure that is tied to policy or statute has to come before the board for a vote. The only way that we can adopt anything is by voting on it. As long as the provisions of these administrative procedures and handbooks are consistent with board policies or federal state law, they will be considered an extension of the policy manual and binding upon all employees and students. So it's clear. I'll send these all to you so that you can read them. I want to be clear that there are some procedures that have been discussed or implemented that have not come before the board. In the past, we've addressed them, I brought them up. Even in handing something out that has statute on it, it should come to the board. Now, that could be extensive, but it is what it is. That's the role of, that's the law, that's what it states. All of these things need to come to us if it is connected to law or current policy. Anything else?
Okay.
It's all up to him.
Let's start with Mr. Barefoot. Any comments?
I just think interested in reading all this. I know there's an echo, but you have to remember the difference between the superintendent, and in my words, I view the superintendent as the CEO. The board's roles and responsibilities are on the budget, to the strategic plan, but the day-to-day management or running the school district on a day-to-day basis is the responsibility of the superintendent. And we've got to be very careful that we don't insert the school board into the day-to-day management of the school district. That is the superintendent's responsibility, not ours. We can agree with ground rules. We can agree on how you go about how the superintendent interacts in terms of what should be reviewed and ultimately voted on by the school board and what is within his purview, her purview as the chief executive officer of the school district. But I just want to caution, I've seen this happen too many times in other settings where the board, whether it's a corporate board or a school board or a board of trustees of a not-for-profit, start to get down in the weeds, and it's a formula for dysfunction if it continues. That's the only comment I would make.
Okay, Mr. Ansbacher, would you like to comment?
I recognize this is an issue that long predates me. Fortunately, my career long predates this, and I've been doing this one form or another for 38 years. Just as a rule under Chapter 120, which your policies are adopted like, are adopted by agencies to implement what the legislature says, the procedures are adopted in order to expressly implement your policies. And I think Mr. Barefoot said it. I mean, basically, you have issues, however they're labeled, that are policy setting. In fact, when you look at what the general rule of thumb is, when you're splitting between a board policy and an implementing procedure in an academic setting, oversimplified, but I tend to agree with Ms. Rosario. I give all my students in my marine biology class Strunk and White's first day of class. Try to cut to the chase, simple words. The what and the why is your level. The how is the next level down. And I will acknowledge, for example, 10151, sub 21 and sub 22, which Ms. Rosario and I have discussed, says certain procedures are brought to the board. Those procedures, however, here's where I'm going to depart from having just said plain English. The Latin term is expressio unius as exclusio alterius. That which is stated expressly excludes all else. So I think in the plainest terms, I understand the importance of this board. This board has a constitutional home rule authority. But we do need to delineate, and, and frankly, I'm fine with just volunteering and saying, look, here are the statutory directives as to what procedures come before you. And, I think those definitively do. And I think all else, the whole point is it's supposed to be implemented. It's supposed to be the day-to-day. And the reason, and I will shut up after this, I'm over-caffeinated and underslept, but I will tell you that, the practical, and again, here's where I'll put it in plain English, the practical reality, no matter how well-intentioned the board is at handling that day-to-day implementing set of procedures is the reason that the policies take the time they take and the process they take. And parenthetically, I will grant Ms. Rosario is absolutely right. Typically in a rule workshop, you do what we did today. You process, you explain, you have a give and take, is because it's a complex, important 30,000-foot level where you have to know what it is that you're implementing. The flip side of what Mr. Barefoot said, and having represented a lot of nonprofits, by the way, including DSOs in the past, is the worst thing you have is an uninterested, uninvolved board. And believe me, I've represented a ton of them in the nonprofit sector. The problem, though, if not clearly delineating where the implementation is a lot of the nimbleness that is designed to be in the procedures is lost when you have to go through this necessarily complex, urgently needed, months-long process every time you change it. That said, final comment is there are always, as sections 21 and 22 state, section 6 implies in 1051, that no matter how labeled, procedures that rise to the level where they should go to this board. I'm just saying that for the day-to-day implementation, it really needs to be something that is handled at the ground level in the day-to-day.
Okay, Dr. Posca, any comments?
Yeah, sure. I think this is worthwhile to look at. You know, I agree with Mr. Barefoot to a certain extent. We don't want to over-inject ourselves into day-to-day and really get down into the details of managing procedures. At the same time, you know, there has to be some sort of a give and take. And certainly, I'll just use an example. You know, we can create a policy for reviewing books, for instance. You know, we could create a policy for that. And then it's obviously your job to implement that. However, if the procedural of implementation, for instance, and I'm not saying this is going to happen or it will happen, I'm just creating an example. Let's say we don't notify the committee that a book has been challenged for 3 or 6 or 9 months. That realistically, you're really violating the whole spirit of the policy. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, I think it's good for you to create the procedures. Certain things, we should probably be a part of that. And then if it comes back where the procedure really does not align with a board member, it makes sense that they could add it as an agenda item, as a discussion. And then through our normal board powers, we could try to alter the procedure to something that's more aligned with what we were intending. You know, I don't think we want to be a part of creation of every procedure, though, obviously.
Thank you, Dr. Posca. Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. One of the things that it says right here in our policy of 1001 is the responsibility shall flow from their superintendent through the administrative staff to the operational personnel. It doesn't say that we do that. We're the check and balance. And I caution us to get into the weeds. And into the weeds is a term that means getting down to the detail and directing superintendent for everything to do. You know, that's micromanaging. He's responsible for the how. His job, he works for the board corporate, not for one board member. And it's our job to do that check and balance. I agree. We have those conversations on the dais and we say, you know, this procedure, I think I'd like to see something there. It's in the open, everybody knows, and we're kind of issuing our thought as one board member. Whether or not the other board members agree, we take a vote and we move on. But I think getting into the weeds, we're gonna not have have a superintendent that we want to have for our schools, which is a superintendent that we say, we trust you, we believe in you, you're doing a good job, keep doing it. And I think Dr. Moore has done that. He's proven that. Yeah, there's some things that, you know, he and I talk about. But I think if you're looking in the direction that we're going in a good direction. So why would we want to mess that up by micromanaging it and putting an anchor around his ankle. I don't agree with that. I think that we should keep doing what we're doing, check and balance, bring it up on the dais. You got a problem, bring it up with him, and then if you're still not satisfied with it, bring it up in the dais and say, I'm going to bring an action item or a discussion item. I want to discuss this policy or this procedure, and then move on. But I think us going through and putting down all these extra procedures, that's more government. I'm about less government. I'm about checking and balancing. And if we don't trust the man that we hired to do the job, then we get a different man or a woman to do the job. But we don't sit there and tell the person how to do the job day to day.
Okay, just a few comments from myself. I know we've talked about this before, and I've looked at 103001, development of administrative procedures quite often. And I guess the key words for me are this, the school board delegates to the superintendent the authority to determine whether administrative procedures will be needed to implement each of the policies adopted by the board. We don't need a procedure for every policy, we know that. When the content of the procedures meets the definition of the rule set forth in Chapter 120, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, the board shall adopt said administrative procedure. And then further, when in judgment of the superintendent, further when in the judgment of the superintendent, adoption by the boards is advisable, the adoption of said procedure shall be recommended by the superintendent for adoption. Policies are big. That's our job. And we even talked about a few today when we reviewed the policies and just some ideas. And there was some really good conversation. And this is the only time we can talk, so I understand the importance of policy. But just like I used to feel as a principal, I was in charge of that school by state statute in local parentis, and I knew the superintendent was over me, but I really respected the 10 or 12 I worked for. And when they told me, you know, you were in charge, you make that decision, and if I'm not doing the job, I knew I could be removed. You know, I knew that. So I agree in general with everyone saying not to get into the weeds, because we could get into the weeds on almost every one of these policies. And can you imagine what our policy book would look like if they all had a procedure? I mean, I like how this is written, but at the same time, if we think there is a procedure that needs to be done, like Dr. Posca just said, maybe we should get it in there, just so we have our timeline on there, but not on a regular basis. So when they come up in discussion, which I respect, but not on the day-to-day. Your job is a day-to-day. You have probably one of the most challenging jobs any person could have right now. And just going out, the few nights last week, I saw Dr. Moore meeting with our community and continually talking about our goals and our guiding principles. And we're doing great here, but hey, we got to work better here. That's what it's about to me.
Can I add one more thing? I don't think Jackie was actually indicating that we should be involved in every procedure either. I mean, I think her point is that if we want to get involved as a board, we certainly have the power to do so. And I think we all agree that that is true. And I think we've all made it clear we don't want to be involved in the detail of every procedure. But today we got involved in one.
Yes,
right?
we did.
We did, and it was appropriate.
good.
It was helpful, I think, for everybody. So if we do run into issues with a procedure, I think it's perfectly fine to bring it up. We don't want to go through every procedure necessarily and be involved in that, and I think we all kind of agree on that as well, so.
And it's just about the third time we've talked about it, so, but today was a good example, yes.
Yeah, it worked.
Ms. Rosario.
So you're right, Dr. Posca. Nothing that I said had anything to do with us getting involved in the day-to-day operations at all. The intent was to review, and in part, it's really so that board members understand your role. Because a lot of times we want to just say, let him do the day-to-day operations and he takes it over, and we have nothing else to do but to show up and approve the budget or show up and approve policy. And that's not right. That's not accurate. That is not what is in the law. Today was a perfect example, as you mentioned, because the law said the school board had to create a procedure for the library book objection committee. And because the law said the school board had to do it, we were responsible for creating that committee and for how that committee was to be run, and we did that last year because the law said that we had to do it. The law did not say that it's up to the superintendents to create that. The law said it is up to the school board to create that procedure. So that's why that's a perfect example. And when it comes, so my point is, you're right about then the day-to-day operation is, it's not up to the superintendent to make the decision as to whether he's gonna put a hold on an objection that has been submitted. It's up to the school board, because it's our procedure that we implemented, and he should come to the board and say, hey, this has been the concern, where should we go from there? That's not always the case, and oftentimes we hear things through the grapevine, and it shouldn't be that way either. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and share these with you all, so you all understand what your role what you're expected by law. Because there's one here, there's one statute, 10042, it's 24 pages long of the powers of the school district, powers and duties of the district school board, rather. 24 pages of our powers and our duties. It's not just to show up once a month at a meeting and rubber stamp everything that's put before us. 24 pages in just one law. His duties are maybe a quarter of that much. And we have 2 statutes here, actually there's 3, that speak specifically to the role of the school board members. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna share that with you. Of course, I'll send it through Dorian so that you all can receive it. But I'm glad that we had this conversation because it is long overdue, and we do need to have, it's not about micromanaging, but it's about understanding our constitutional duty of oversight and accountability.
All right, next item, sorry.
Madam Chair, we're over time,
Yes.
so I don't know where everyone stands on it. I'm certainly okay to keep going for a little bit, but I don't know if anyone else has.
Well, I had a couple things. I don't
We
think it
can-
will take very long, but if everybody's okay to keep going, I'm good with that.
They might be very polite in telling you, but
Maybe
No,
we-
I don't, I mean, what time is it?
What if we did like half of them, then we just put the other, no?
Or you do mine, not my, do mine?
How long
till
are they gonna-
4:30,
No,
go
let's
to
do half
4:30.
of both of yours. Let's do some of both. We can go out of order.
All right, Dr. Pasa.
It's a suggestion.
Just suggested that you do a couple more, and then I'll do a couple of mine, but I did want to talk about a couple of them. Go ahead, Ms.
We
Rosario.
have our business meeting. Anything that doesn't get accomplished
can
today,
do
you can put it
something.
in the discussion session at the business meeting. That's what the business section is for.
That's fine. with
I'm
me.
sorry, the discussion session.
I'm
is
fine
for.
with that, but I think if you guys want to both cover 1 or 2 more, that's fine too.
Okay,
But if we go through all of them, this could be a while.
yeah,
All right, maybe you do one, and I'll do one, Ms. Rosario.
okay. Let me, I'll bring up the, let me bring up the classical education here. And then everything else can wait until the board meeting, if that's okay. So the classical education model, so it was brought to us, let me just back up a little bit and say, I've been talking about classical education with the superintendent probably for about a year. Maybe a little off and on before then, but when the new college was opened or was in the planning stages of opening as a classical college or classical education college, in my head, I thought it would be a wonderful idea if we could be that stellar school district to create what Melissa Burdick brought up at the podium at our last meeting, was a boutique school with the same classical education model. I don't know if any, that to my knowledge, I don't know if there are any public schools actually offering classical education unless they are a charter school. I know that there are a lot of charters who focus on classical education. I went to one last weekend, and it was just fantastic in Port St. Lucie. But classical education is like a, kind of like a large museum with all of these wonderfully filled rooms of art, right? Comes from different places. But there is a truth and a goodness and a beauty to the liberal studies of what those art pieces are. And the classical approach really teaches students how to learn and how to think, not what to think or what to learn. For those who know about classical education, you would know that it is highly effective. It is largely based in its approach on civics education, memorizing through songs and chants and rhymes, and of course that's just a very small portion of it. But there's a lot of practice, there's a lot of rhetoric, there is a lot of these pillars of excellence in classical education, athletics, fine arts, vocational training, where the curriculum is grounded in time-tested principles, fostering critical thinking and eloquent expression. Obviously, market economics and a respect for historical tradition are all included in that. There are Christian values that are a part of it, but there is a non-sectarian portion, that could be adopted for public schools. Independence, obviously, and community engagement are huge in classical education. For one, Hillsdale College, Hillsdale 1776 curriculum has a complete collection of lesson plans, and all of their curriculum and books are available on their website. You can download it for free. You can take a look at it yourself. But the curriculum provides teachers and with guidance, not dictates, and I think that's the big difference. The curriculum provides guidance, not dictates, about how to plan and teach any given topic in American history or civics, for example. And that's a big difference. Whereas in the public sector and public education traditional curriculum setting, you have these mandates that you have to hit these standards. So it's just a different approach to education, and it works. And it would be wonderful, again, if we could be a feeder school. I don't know if we can get there. I don't know if that would ever be an option for us, but when Mrs. Burdick brought it up at the podium, I thought it was about time that we talk about it publicly because, as you know, as some of you may know, there is a new classical school that has just opened here in Vero as well. This is not a new curriculum or approach to education, but it certainly is up and coming, and I wouldn't put it past someone somewhere to say, let's do it at a public school setting, or let's at least look into it. So in a way, I was thinking maybe we could charge the superintendent with maybe an exploratory committee or something of that sort, what that would look like, how that would look. If there is like a charter, for example, that is a faith-based charter, if there is that portion of it that is or isn't, does it have to only be, federal funding? If you were to remove the federal funding and be able to actually implement the classical education in the way that it was originally intended, could you actually supplement that with grants instead of the federal funding that would say, no, you can't do that, So anyway, so there's just a lot of different questions out there, what it would look like, how, when, where, why. So that's why I had this on the agenda. So I'm just leaving it out there for discussion.
Thank you. Any board member like to comment? Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. I think with anything that we're looking at exploratory, I'm all about looking into it. I think we've looked into, one of the things that was brought up that we haven't really discussed lately is K-8. And boutique high school, we've discussed those things in the last 3 years, but we really haven't revisited those. So that's kind of something I'd like to hear again about. A classical education, great, sure, look into it and see what it means for a public school to do that. That's fine. The other thing with that is, I remember when Rosewood first came in with their plan. Yeah, and it's very similar to some of the aspects of classical education. So, yeah, I'd like to see that alignment to see how close that is as well.
Thank you. Dr. Pasca?
Yeah, it sounds like a very interesting idea. You know, it could be pretty cutting edge, actually. You know, a lot of schools are looking at the possibility of increased losses in students. This could be an interesting, novel way to reduce that. Obviously, it's going to be fraught with logistical issues and trying to estimate how many kids are needed and teachers and all these things, but I think it's worth looking into. Yeah.
Mr. Barefoot?
I think it's worth a discussion. Anything that can be viewed as innovative, different, I'm in favor of certainly exploring.
Thank you. I think Mr. Simpson's running the classical school now in Vero Beach. I'm not sure of the program there. So if it would be non-sectarian, are we looking, oh, I like K-8. I'd like to get back to there sometime. At a magnet type, is that, maybe that's something for a discussion? I don't know. I mean, I'd have to really, really study this and see what the curriculum is, you know, looks like, what we need to do. If it's a magnet, it's a public school, obviously.
I think that's what Mr. Rosario is recommending, is to explore the possibilities. My initial reaction is, or just to back up a little bit, actually Miami, my former district, a board member probably 3 or 4 months ago took an item which was approved by the board to request an exploratory committee. The findings just came back from that committee, which was district staff, and they are in the process of identifying a school to start a public school that is in fact will be a classical education school. I think Dr. Pasca references enrollment. Right now, our enrollment is actually up 300
Yes.
students.
That's wonderful.
It is on, right? No? Oh.
That's wonderful.
Okay.
I'm
Our
sorry.
enrollment is up 300 students, but that doesn't mean that it will be up in 4 or 5 years. So looking at, is there a possibility to meet the community's desire? That's what a public school system should be doing. My initial response is if it can be done, I think we can do it the best. And so exploring what would be the possibilities for us as a public school system under your leadership to create that kind of choice for our students. What that means, the financial implications, the training, the variance in terms of what instruction would look like. I think that's what Ms. Rosario is ultimately asking for. She referenced charter schools as well, so what would be the feasibility or exploration of that as well? I think that's also what she mentioned. In terms of overall enrollment, we had those conversations just as we were coming out of the pandemic, and choice drastically changed from a state's perspective.
Right.
And when I say choice drastically changed, the opening up of choice options across the entire state through changes in statute shifted the overall enrollment of our school system. So as you recall, we were speaking about, oh my gosh, we have so many elementary students, we don't have enough space for when they move to high school. The distribution of our students is now ultimately balanced, so we don't have that necessary issue. But in terms of a K-8, in terms of a boutique high school, in terms of looking at current themes of whether it is a subset of a school or an entire school, I think that's that was the best thing I heard at the last board meeting. So I would love the opportunity to do this exploration.
And, we've got some decisions to make, because we've got a couple small elementary schools, and what we do to combine, or whatever we do. I mean, if we keep it as a public school, it'd have to be non-sectarian. Ms. Rosario, what were you saying about the grants?
So there's a in the traditional, not the public model, but in the traditional classic educational model, it is faith-based. There is a foundation in faith, and the question there is, if we were to continue on the traditional path of what a classical education model would look like, and we were worried about funding, federal funds, you can't have anything, faith-based with federal funds, could we then not use federal funding and then supplement that, whatever would be lost there, with private funds or grants or something of that nature? If all of that is off the table, then as I think aloud, if all of that is off the table and we can't do that, and we were to do the secular version of the classical education model at a public school, then, where would the funding come for, how would that look? Would that be more charter-like, or would that be part of one of our schools? There's so many different, I guess that's the exploration of this, looking at all of these different, avenues, and then kind of coming together and saying, this is what we've discovered, and see from there.
Okay, I was going to say one more thing, and again, with our numbers in a couple of our elementary schools, and I just want to make sure if we start to explore this and put some time and energy into it, that we continue to boost up all of our schools. You know what I mean? Because that's what choice is. And I never want to say to that one school, oh, and you know what, Dr. Moore, you weren't here, but that kind of happened when the magnets were here a little bit, when they first started. So I want to make sure all of our public schools are schools of choice for parents to, not, oh, I don't want to go to that one or that one,
And through you, the chair, that was one of the first things this board approved when I was here, is to make sure all schools were a school of choice. And we've been able to drastically level off enrollment across schools. You're right, there are a few schools that still struggle with enrollment.
Yeah.
We have a large, if not one of the largest, or the largest of individuals who choose to make a decision to homeschool their children. And I know a lot about that decision. But if there are opportunities for us to market, to increase enrollment or offerings to every single child who lives in Indian River County, I think it behooves us to go through that exploration.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'm just going to do one. I'll do the civility proclamation at the board meeting, and also Robert's Rules was just a review on some things. I know we've talked about African-American standards a few times, and I just want to make it very clear that I'm not bringing this up because it's political. I'm doing it because it's humane to me. We talked once about a letter from the board regarding the standard. Ms. Beerborg and I have written a letter, shared those with you, and then we saw the response from John Dubell from Social Studies. I would just like to see if, obviously, when one of the board members said, are we going to do a letter? Dr. Moore said it has to be discussed, and then we have an action item to vote. So I would just like to see if Dr. Moore could do a general letter. I think we've all said at one time or the other that slavery was not a benefit. And we also said that it is good that they're doing these standards specifically for African American. But I would just like to see if you could develop a letter. We kind of go back and forth on that, and then we bring it to a vote, and then we will end this part of it. I just believe that a word or two change or tweak might make a difference, and if we don't, at what cost will this be? I still believe that obviously if this goes through, parents have the right to pull their children out of their class if they think it's harmful. But I just wanted to share that with you to see if, well, I'd like to direct the superintendent to get this letter out there, just a general letter, because we've all said at one time or another we are interested in it or we don't believe in this. So just your thoughts, comments. Okay. I would like to do a general letter and see where the board goes with it. On the things with benefits for slavery, I've been pretty clear on that.
Is there anybody else that's going to talk?
Yeah, because
Oh, yeah, I said it.
silence
Well, I
does
did. I
not
said any talks.
equal
Go ahead.
consent.
I thought Dr. Posca was
I'm
going to
sorry.
speak.
No, go on.
I'd rather hold off, because I have a call into the DOE in reference to the letter that I got back. Because the letter I got back felt to me like it was a standard reply that they've been doing to lots of people.
Several got it.
And I pointed out in my call that there were some specific things that I wrote in my letter that weren't addressed in his response back. So I'd rather hold off until I get some sort of response back from Mr. Dubel, I think that's how he says his name, then I can find out what, what the response is.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Barefoot?
Nothing more.
Okay. All righty.
I'm not supporting you, so.
It's all right.
But my opinion is that I don't think the standard as written is designed to say what they've been saying in the media. It's saying that slavery was a benefit to the slaves. I think in your letter, Terry, that I read, they pretty well described that that's not the intent of it, and that's not what the standard is going to teach. So my fear is if I do put my name on a letter, even though I think we probably in general agree that we don't want that ever taught, if I put my name on a letter now, it's just going to be used by the media to say Indian River School District, writes a letter to Florida Department of Education. They're going to twist it, change it into something it's not meant to be. But I think for now, the best thing to do is watch and wait, right? To see how, see the curriculum that they create, see the textbooks, see the materials they present. And we may get more information and, maybe we do need to send a letter, who knows? But I think for right now, I don't want to put my name on something like that because I see this as more from the media standpoint, just something they're trying to do to DeSantis in an election year. I mean, that's really what I think it is.
Dr. Jones?
Yes.
I want to address that. Kind of like how you just said about twisting letters. Yeah, I felt like my letter kind of got a little bit twisted here locally too. Because if you go back and look at my letter, I didn't say that I felt like they were thinking that how it's written was how people shouldn't interpret it. What I said is, when you're listening to feedback from people, like we do, it makes you think, well, that's not the way I intended it, but that's the way that they're interpreting it. So perhaps maybe I might want to tweak a word or two, which is what I wrote in the letter. That I think sometimes you listen to the reply and the feedback and you go, yeah, that's not really how it was meant, so why are people thinking that? And just like with anything else, you say something and you say, well, that's not what I said. Well, that's what I thought you said. And I think that's what we're getting into, the semantics of what it was intended to be. And I think that's why I kind of want to get my reply back from, hey, I didn't say that you were saying that. That's the reply I got. What I said is, listen to the feedback and maybe tweak a word or two to make it fit and be respected by all. And that's what I'm asking for, is that little bit of tweaking to get it respected by all. Because I think the intent of having African American standards standing alone is great. Let's do it. But I think that when you're listening to feedback, not just from one person speaking at a national level and getting everybody hooplahed about it, because everybody's hooplahed on both sides of this issue. I think instead of that is, okay, why is everybody getting so upset? Maybe we can just change a word or two and get this right.
And I understand both of your comments. I disagree. I mean, when he said at the end, to then reach a conclusion that these two premises assert that slaves benefited from slavery is wholly illogical. Such allegations are false and damaging to the enduring legacy of those who fought against all odds to make good the promises of the Declaration of Independence. I shared that with many, many colleagues. And again, at what cost if they could just change a couple words? Because I don't think anyone on this board would say that anyone had a personal benefit. And I believe that if they truly, really look at this and hear from everyone of all races, this is truly an issue. And I just want to end with this one thing. When I taught American history, I would use this. History is not there for you to like or dislike it. I didn't make this up. It is there for you to learn from it. And if it offends you, even better, because then you are less likely to repeat it It is not yours to erase or destroy. Okay, I will, if you don't want to do anything like that, maybe later if it comes up, you'd like to do it, I'll bring it up again, but I just wanted to try one more time, and I've sent my letter, and that's how I feel.
Madam Chair, I know we said we each were going to do one item, and then I'll pull the rest of the items that weren't discussed to our business meeting. But one of them that Ms. Rosario listed actually is the business meeting minutes. I think that's referring to bringing back the shift to the minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, and a general discussion about the requirements for, according to Robert's rules, for the amendments of minutes.
Okay,
So that we know as a board what to expect when minutes are amended. So, go ahead.
I'm just going
I guess you
to,
want-
we will bring back that item for approval. So that's the only reason that I brought it up. The information was posted with the appropriate edits, just not in a public-facing space. It was put on your confidential site. So if it was loaded correctly, we would have
That's
been
right.
aligned
Confidential, yeah.
to it. So I am going to bring that item, so that might be the appropriate time to discuss Ms. Rosario's concerns to ensure that it doesn't happen in the future.
Well, it was just to have the conversation publicly so that there's complete transparency and board members, so that when we are reviewing minutes and there are edits to those minutes, there needs to be a strike through,
Right.
and in the margin, there needs to be, notes on why it's being changed or why it's edited or who voted and who did, whatever that, all of that was not in the last one, and so that's why it was on here now. And so now we've had that discussion.
Okay, so.
Thank you. Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, and that's why I didn't want to vote for it at the time, because it was like, okay, what exactly are we talking about? Because if you're asking for a vote right there, and I haven't gotten the input from the attorney and from the superintendent and from all that, I don't feel comfortable voting on something like that. So I appreciate the fact that it's going to come back.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then we have time to kind of massage it and know exactly what we're doing.
All right, any other things, and we will adjourn? Yes.
I do. Before we actually get to our meeting, because, the next month is going to come quickly, I just want to remind the superintendent that Holocaust Education Week is the first week in November. I think it's the first or the second week?
It's pertinent.
First 2 weeks, is it?
Birthday?
Second week in November, and it's going to be the Victims of Communism Day, second week of November. That's on the 7th. But I wanted to propose also a proclamation. Considering what Israel is going through now, 250 students, kids, 250 were executed, just executed one by one, all in a music concert.
Yeah.
I think it would be fitting during Holocaust Education Week, and maybe even the week before, at our board meeting, to do a proclamation to honor Holocaust education, obviously Holocaust Week, whatever that is, and then maybe say a statement or two about, the support for children, obviously, and for Israel during this time. It just seems like it's a perfect time to be able to do that, and hopefully we'll all be on the same page with that effort.
And just to add to what Ms. Rosario said, today my husband went to the temple with Rabbi Bernholz, and they're basically starting a new group, if you will. It's called Be Kind, and that's kind of going out through the community. And he actually said in the agenda, my husband shared with me, they were going to talk about Israel and the facts and so forth, so I could get more information on that, but yeah, that's pretty rough right now.
Yeah. Can I add to that?
Yes, Dr.
Yeah, I
Pascal.
would definitely support honoring Israel and the Holocaust as soon as we can. I think the better. This was one of the worst terrorist attacks we've seen really in modern history. The narrative that a lot of people are trying to push is that these were Palestinian freedom fighters trying to fight for their independence. And if you're fighting for your independence, you don't shoot unarmed people in their cars at music concerts. You don't go door to door and go into people's houses and kill them and take their kids. Those aren't freedom fighters. Those are terrorists.
Thank you, Dr. Pascal.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to adjourn this meeting at 4:44 p.m. Thank you, everyone.